some of you may have been expecting art today. And, well, in some ways, you might still be getting it, depending on how you feel about what we're going to be playing today. But I realized that we're running out of days before Christmas, and I had promised to do a sort of 12 days of Christmas thing before the whole Donathon started. Now, I did say, obviously, that that was going to conflict. But since I got four requests for games for said 12 days of Christmas, I'm going to at least fulfill those 4. So that's why we're playing Kid Chameleon here today. Because this is the one that'll fit best as far as being on the shorter side. Since, you know, we do only have the 3 hours that are shown right now left on the timer. So I figure the two will play nice together as far as that goes. And if what you're seeing on the screen right now doesn't make any sense, good news, it's not going to make any sense even once I explain it. But I'll help you all out with that once I'm done explaining everything else that's going on. Is this game is unique, to say the least. But yeah, the art stream got bumped. I don't know exactly when I'll fit that in, but we will get it done. It will happen. Same with the karaoke stream that was unlocked last night, and the voice-acted reading stream that was unlocked like day 1. All of those will get done. Don't worry about that. We will get it all cleaned up. We just have 4 specific games to get to before Christmas, so that's why with the 4 remaining stream days we have, we'll be hitting all 4 of them, since I promised a specific individual stream for each one. And I do not fall through on my promises where I can and avoid it. Okay, let me go ahead and reset this so we can get that little bit of intro to start at the actual start, and I will read it off and then we'll get going. There was a new machine in the arcade that one could walk into and play. It used holograms to create a reality not our own. Everybody played it. But it was a little too real. The boss escaped and began capturing kids by defeating him at the game. This is the story of someone too tough to beat, someone known as a samurai. Kid Chameleon. And you'll notice it was transforming him into different shapes each time it cycled through this. So bear that in mind, because that's going to be one of the main gimmicks of this game, is all of those hats that our boy here can wear. Now, I have tried to learn this game once upon a time, and I was not successful, but I also didn't spend that much time on it. So we'll see how will I do today. Blue Lake Woods 1. So as you can see, we can stomp things down. That's about all we can do at the moment. We can break bricks with our head, grab gems, you know, usual standard things. Grab time to give yourself, well, more time. I don't think breaking these does anything for us. I'm gonna break them anyway, just in case. Now, if we manage to succeed in hopping up here, though, which you can do by running... I know that's only gems still. Where's the first power-up? I don't remember. There it is. We now have the night suit, which allows us to not do what you'd expect a night suit to allow you to do. Well, we'll get to what this allows us to do in a moment. So right now, I believe it mostly functions as an extra hit, other than the one specific thing it does. Oh no, there's 2 things, because it breaks bricks that are under you as well. I forgot about that part. So it does actually have 2 things it does. This one is much more important than the other. think that was another helmet. Yeah, what you can do with the night suit is, for some reason, it allows you to climb. Why? I don't know. It just does. I don't think you can in regular kid form. I believe this armor lets you climb. I remember people complaining about that because it didn't make sense. But whenever we're in regular kid form, we can test that theory just to make sure. Blue Lake Woods 2. Behold, samurai who can actually attack. Including attacking downward when you're in the air, so that will be very important to us. Note the fact that I can't attack horizontally while I'm in the air, though, so I can't actually get through those blocks. I'm pretty sure we gained the ability to climb from the night suit, because the attacking button is the same button I was using to climb, so I'm assuming that's your transformation ability button. That would make the most sense. It's been long enough since I had figured everything out for this that I basically forgot all of it. So we'll see how well it goes, and how much of this actually comes back to brain as we go along here. And we will remain limited by the Donathon timer either way. Hey Tara, how goes? And thank you for the compliment about the outfit. As you can see, the nightmare you requested has begun. Absolutely, do what you gotta do. I will be here for a bit, that's for sure. Yeah, I remember this taking a lot of doing, even for people that are much better at games than I am, to figure out. So I'm sure this is going to be a ride. But that is nicer than I thought that I remembered it being, at the very least, with it being 3 hits in the transformation, and then you still have your 2 regular hits left as well. I really thought I was gonna die when the health bar ran dry there. I gotta say, the sword is helpful, but not as helpful as you might think. You would expect it to be more effective than jumping on things, but it really seems like they're about the same. God damn. High water pass 1. But I suppose that's the benefit of playing something a bunch, is you start to get it committed completely. You like that, yeah. Yeah, I noticed that you could downstab with it. And I did notice I was moving a little faster, I just wasn't sure it was actually faster, or if it was just I was moving more confidently because I could actually attack. That really could have gone either way in my mind. Looks like the main deal here is just the charge. Ah, yeah, we're gonna climb somewhere, I presume. Have some more time. Let's form does also have a lot of health, which isn't bad. Wait, is there a reason to break those? There's something actually in there. Nope. Up the wall we go. Doesn't this game also have a bunch of random teleporters strewn about it that take you to different places within the game? I seem to recall that that's one of the more notable things about this, was all the weird warps that are all over the place. Some of which I believe even take you backwards as well. Yeah. I would figure you only need to get through however many the route you happen to end up on needs, basically. I suppose that's an important question to ask. Is it even physically possible to end up in all 100 stages in one trip? I would figure that would be impossible, but I would assume there could potentially be routing that would allow you to hit all of them. Okay. So there are some that are just completely split off from each other then. Okay. Oh look, more hidden blocks. More time. Oh, they hit a lot in this corner, huh? Ah, helmet replacement in case you lost yours getting over here. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm just gonna go as I go. I'm not gonna worry about getting anywhere specific. Since I certainly don't know where I'm going. Please stop hitting the edges. I would like to get up there. I don't think that what I'm doing there is going to work. I wanted to see if just getting enough momentum was going to change that, but I think there's just another path I'd have to take to get there. I did not know that because I do not have the manual in front of me. But I will bear that in mind. I assume that's the indicator for one of those warps, or is that something else? At water pass 2. Oh, okay. Let go of me. Do not want. Samurai. Probably gonna need that somewhere in here. Okay, yeah, now I feel the speed difference a little bit more now that I'm paying more attention. Yeah, that was 50, and that just attacks everything, so that's helpful. Well, that tells me what those gems are for, because I was wondering about that. Since they didn't seem to have an immediate purpose, I just kind of filed them under, oh, they'll probably get me extra lives or something. No, I guess the down step doesn't work on breaking bricks to go down. Okay. Oh, these are just timed. Okay, that makes more sense. Get off of me! Why can I not harm the thing that's on my head? Oh, okay, it's just fiddly. I mean, one could argue that's... I did not want to teleport, but I guess we're here now. I was just trying to jump up to do the rest of that. If it's strangely precise, then that may as well be as good as it doesn't work, if I'm honest. Oh, we got a different helmet. Just gotta be able to get to it. This one was one of the ones that was shown in the intro demo. This lets me spin, and I know there's a way to make it go higher. So I saw it happen in the demo. Maybe it actually has to impact something. It does seem to have some hover to it, which is handy as well. Oh, if I mash the button, it goes. There we go. Now I figured it out. I did not want to transform yet, because I wanted to use that to keep hitting the rest of these, but, you know, it's fine. Yeah, there's a lot of, I'm gonna just sit here and press buttons until I figure out what's going on. What's gonna happen here. I want to know what's in that block game. You cannot deny me. Also gonna have to figure out how to get back out of this room, but one problem at a time. Doesn't seem like I can go all the way up. I just like walk back this way? Hmm. Assume it has something to do with this. Oh wait, no, there's an opening up here, and I think because I ended up in this form... Oh, never mind, this does go up. Okay, we're fine. I was a little worried that because I grabbed the wrong form in the wrong order, I might have screwed myself there, but we're fine. I can leave now. They said I can leave now. Why does teleporter no teleporter? There we go. I guess there was just a delay on it and I needed to stand still. Okay, they throw axes. That's gonna be useful. Interesting. Well, what I'm gathering is there's a lot of odd jank to this, and I don't say that in a negative way, just... If something like tapping forward makes a teleporter teleport faster, there's definitely something odd going on there. Definitely gonna want that time increase, because we didn't have a ton of time to begin with here. Also, that gem hovering there in the HUD definitely messed with my head for a second. I'm like, is there a jump? I'm stuck up there? No. No, there isn't. It's a lie. There we go, just stack some masks on my mask so I can mask while I mask. If only that let me throw more axes. Ow! Well, you know, I should have expected that. Extra life. Okay, I can't throw axes up. That's important information to have. It seems like I don't have any other move in this particular. Just throw axe. Which that's plenty, all things considered. You know, I don't know why I expected anything different to happen there. But that was another extra life. Alright. Now to figure out where we are. Under Skull Mountain 2. Okay, that answers that question. Ah, the tank. Skull tank. Okay, I can still make it go faster. I can't seem to break these blocks with the skulls. I'm gonna assume, yeah, I can't squeeze under there, so I would have to come back around, if there's even another way around into there. That's definitely an order of operations issue for me, but that's okay. This game's got some very interesting ideas about how movement works. And that, so far, I'm not saying that as a covered negative. That's just a... I'm still figuring out how it wants me to move. Yeah, I had a feeling that I was walking into a trap with that. Well, one hit point in a dream. It's a good thing I have some very vivid dreams sometimes, I guess. We're gonna make this dream a reality. I'm kind of surprised I landed all of those, only to land on the crystal because I thought it was gonna turn around. Oh well. I forgot it was the first one that had the helmet in it. I thought for some reason the first one had the time, so I was gonna grab the time and then open the other stuff underneath first. Ah well. Too late to worry about that now. At least you do seem to keep your crystals when you die, so that's nice. You can use those to stack up a bit to prepare for using other abilities. Or I'm counting wrong and I already had that many when I got here. Did I really not have any health left on the tank, or did the crystal just take it away straight up? Azzy, thank you for the sub. How's it going, bud? I will spin the wheel for you here in a second, when I'm not in immediate death. Come on, let me out. There we go. I didn't want to throw off the tempo for making those landings. Hell yeah. Okay, let me pause for a second and spin that wheel. Thank you, thank you. Let's see, where did my wheel go? There's my wheel. Eden. Okay, I'll be playing at 90 degrees, understood. That's how this is going to work out. Just getting a new perspective on life, this is fine. Back to it. I think I'd rather keep the axe throwing at the second, because I don't know that I need that form. And this form at least can defend itself a little bit better. Up, up, up. Okay, so the edges are a little bit less forgiving than I would hope. Come on. I see what you've done with the timing here, game, and I don't really say that I approve. Yeah, they want you to have axes for this then. Okay. Because if they gave it to me twice here, that seems pretty safe to say. I feel like I'm playing a damn ROM hack at the rate I'm getting hit with invisible blocks. Okay, noted. If a block disappears under you, you do not get your jump. It takes it away, as you are technically in the air the second the block disappears. Well, I knew that was a disappearing block because they're marked. Like, they are very clear with what those are. I just assumed I would be able to jump off of it when it disappeared. Many other games give you grace there. This one does not. That was an important lesson to learn. Now, if I could just, you know, actually time this jump again, that'd be great. That'd be very helpful. You know what? It's somehow his fault. He will be punished for it. Now, if the timing suddenly worked immediately after I crushed him, that would have been incredible. There we go. We can get our axes back. Yeah, I can definitely believe that. Because a wall of invisible blocks would throw anybody their first go through, because it's like, well, how do you predict that? Answer, you don't. And then you just gotta figure out how to get around it. Which, since you can't see it, well, you know, takes a bit of doing. I really expected that to go into the lava, if I'm honest. Oh, I see. They want me to jump up here and hit this, so that that breaks open. Brain initially thought that that was something I had to charge into with the other guy, and I was about to regret not having him. But... oh, I had to wait for platforms. I had a 50-50 there, whether I needed to wait for platforms or if it was a case of it was gonna be a blind jump. I should have just waited to test to see if there was platforms that were gonna be arriving. But, you know, that's the impatience coming in. That's how it works. That's how they get you. Okay, I didn't need to jump there at all, no. Not in the slightest. It really is taking a little bit of getting used to with how this moves and jumps specifically. And since it seems like there are slightly different physics to most of the forms, the adaptation does take a little bit longer. Okay, so there's multiple invisible blocks up there. Doesn't help that we still have a bit of a fly problem in here, so I keep having stupid little flies buzzing in front of my face. Okay, I can make that jump. I just didn't want to wait for another loop, if I could help it. Okay, now we know those platforms exist, so let's just wait. That thing I'm really good at doing, waiting and standing in place. Yep, very good at that. Okay, that does hurt me. Huh. It's a good thing I can just break those, otherwise that would have been a problem. How do I get past this one, though? Huh. Huh. Well, this is a problem. Can I, like, wedge myself through here? Nope. So I think the play would be I'd have to go back and get the... oh no, there's a teleporter down here. We'll just go this way. Wait, oh, that resets it. It almost certainly. So they did think of the fact that you were probably going to screw this up. Not that I have enough time to fix it, necessarily, unless the exit's, like, right over here, but we gotta try. Oh, there's more moving platforms. We are probably SOL. Yeah, no, we are 110% SOL here. And it happened again because... oh, boy. Well, I go my own way. I refuse to let your timer win, video game. Exactly. I choose my own fate. Even if that fate might be to have only one life left already. we will just keep trying until we're done for today, so that's just the life I will be leading today. Just means we might take different routing when we inevitably fail, and see if we have better luck. Well, all things considered, this path doesn't seem that bad so far. Like, I could definitely see these stages that would be worse existing in this game. And I've seen part of the other route without using the teleporter I did. Which, admittedly, the more straightforward path not using that teleport did seem nicer than this. Because it just goes straight forward. But who knows whether that takes a turn at any point. Is to be clear about my experience with this game, I played those first 2 stages a couple times in my own time, and I've seen at least 2 people play this game, one of which, though, was only as part of, like, a shuffle, so they weren't on it for long. And the other one was just long enough ago that I forget. And I slipped. But we still have continues, so we're fine. The sliding is another thing to have to get used to, though. The sliding is nowhere near as bad as some platformers from this era, so I really have nothing to complain about there. Okay, thank you for the raid. What were we up to today? Hopefully I'll had a good time. Just in time for me to be trying to figure out how to kid Chameleon at all. And of course, if any of y'all need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Oh, taking care of yourselves is the most important thing. We will still be here, probably still in this very room for a while. If only I could tunnel through the walls with these axes. That would make my life a lot simpler. Oi. The answer to that is yes. It's not very annoying, but it's slightly annoying. Thank you for the 5 gifted. I'll need to spin the wheel again, and once I land up here. Alright. Let's get that wheel spin. And that's also going to push us up to 4 hours, so that's good. Wheel of morality, turn, turn, turn. Tell me the lesson that I will learn. Okay, the lesson is deferred to the next spin, sure. Okay, y'all get 5 questions. They can be anything within reason. And if you do not use up all 5 questions, it will get kicked to social media at the end of the day. And it is 1 question per person. Maybe. That is the answer to your question. I might say no to it. I might not. Hello, random hidden block. Come on. To go up. Oi, oi, oi. I intended to land on him. That did not work out. I really should have just thrown the axe, but I wanted to be fancy. And we should all know by now that fancy tricks backfire 9 times out of 10. I also no longer need to be rotated to the side, so I will rotate back to normal angle. Oh boy, oh boy. I'm gonna assume there's an invisible wall. Aha! Made it. I just banked on one of those walls being a lie. Isle of the Lion Lord. Oh yeah, that is a lion, and I assume he is a lord of lions, sure. Thank you. The timer on that stage was really tight. Aha, there we go. Combat capability. But he fell, so you know what? He's no longer my problem, I guess. Oh yeah, stab does work. Interesting. So I guess I was just, like, slightly off to one side of where the actual detection for that was when I tested it then. Also, shouldn't this be Island of the Lion Lords? Because I definitely saw another one. Do I need to climb it out of here? The answer is no. Not, like, directly, so I will ignore the Knight Helmet. They really want me to have one, though. I think they're just giving me a bunch of transformations here, if I'm honest. And you just end up using whichever one you want for the situation. Okay, you can't hit me up here. Axe, 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 axe. So I'm good. Oh, I was gonna say, I'm going to assume I have to clear them all out, but there just happened to be a flag there, so I guess we're leaving. Sometimes these things just work out. Hills of the Warrior. Okay, was double checking to make sure I hadn't missed. Oh boy, I should not have checked to make sure I didn't miss messages in chat right now. I regret my life choices, but thankfully we have a fast form now, so I'm sure we'll be fine. Just gonna run for my life and assume this won't backfire. Hey, Zeri. And yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, that's something. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go right now. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. Gotta go, gotta go. Oh. I see. So that's what you've decided to do to me. Interesting. I would love to go back for those, but I need to leave. You know... Oh, that's a problem. I just did not get a high enough bounce there. Okay, hold that thought so I can get rid of the stupid hype chest that Twitch has decided to block half of my chat with. I appreciate the hype train. I do not appreciate the fact that Twitch likes to block parts of my screen with random pop-ups. I opened the wrong box first. Well, guess we're just gonna have to make do. Just get enough scroll distance, then we can grab a helmet if I can find one again. I did that mostly for fun. I didn't have to blow all that up, but you know what? When you have the opportunity to blow things up without it backfiring on you, you know, why not? I need help. Well, okay, so that doesn't crush you to kill you, that just touches you and kills you. I figured I could take a hit from it and get away with it. The answer to that is no. Very much no. Now that we know what we're getting into, I'm just going to sprint for my life. Yeah, I can definitely tell. I can definitely tell. Gotta say, the samurai speed is a double-edged sword for sure. It keeps causing me to slide off of things I'm trying to land on. That's fine. Getting hit once, not an issue. Getting hit twice, also still not really an issue. Three times is gonna be a problem. Hey, what do you know? There's the problem. But it's fine, there's another helmet coming up. Which is why I didn't care about that particularly. One of these was a helmet. This one. Like, they're very kind in that they actually give you more power-ups along the way in here. They could have just said, you get one power-up and you're gonna have to just figure it out. Everything's fine. Hopefully I didn't need to be on the high road, because I'm going this way. Made it. Okay, that was not that bad. That was definitely a you have to know where you're going situation to a degree, but it was not that bad. Would have rather not lose a continue to it, but, you know, learning curve. Okay, that doesn't do damage, huh? Okay. I'm not gonna have enough room to charge that. It'd be very funny if by some miracle I just get through this without having to restart. I find that highly unlikely, though. No reason to leave the mask behind. Just stay on the high road. Up here seems safe. You know, till I jump on something of my own volition. That's a life choice. Oh, I guess I should have kept the charger so I could have gotten through here, but I would have needed to know those blocks were there and already be charging. Well, got stuck. Oh, that's right, he flips on blocks if he hits the corner of them, yeah. That's one of the neat things with this game. How? Oh, I can slide, that's why. Now it makes sense. Things I also forgot that I could do. That. Like, you can actually crawl. I think... I know I can do that in this form, too, so maybe it just didn't work when I tried to do it in axe form. Like, maybe I didn't press hard enough to the side for it to register. Windy City. Going to Chicago? I think that was the one that was the Windy City, wasn't it? These blocks are weird. I kind of dig it, but they're weird. I wonder if they would also go down if you slammed them with, like, the Night Stomp. I really blocked myself? No, I didn't. Okay. Okay, we now have offensive capabilities back. The fact that they put that all the way up here means they didn't want it to be easy to find, but they probably do want me to... Right, this game has fall damage. That's a thing. Yeah. That makes me wonder if there's actually going to be a benefit to being able to throw axes, or if this is just, hey, that's nice to have. Strolling down the street with my axes. Don't mind me. Everything's fine. Oh, we're now in the sewers, I guess? Looks like a sewer. It's full of green slime, so that seems about right for a sewer. sewer samurai. That was fun. Okay, that didn't land. Well. What? Oh, these have ice physics, I guess. Okay, sure. Just very monotone ice. Understood. Monochrome was the word I wanted, not monotone, but you understood the point. Sinister sewers. Oh yeah, that... Way to go. I was gonna say, that sure is sinister right there. Just an immediate enemy in front of me. Behold, I'm tiny! How do I use my wings? I have not had a chance to figure that out. There's too much happening for me to try to figure out how to use this thing. Or is the whole... I think the whole ability for this might just be that I'm smaller now. Because nothing I'm pressing is letting him, like, actually use these tiny little fly wings. Oh, wait. Oh. Died anyway, but I think I learned something. I learned a great way to die, that's for sure. This is really mean, having this guy just, like, right here where you spawn in. But also in a perfect position to make you launch yourself to death immediately. Yeah, this is not what I expected this form to do, but it's working. Except when it just doesn't do anything? I don't really know what happened there. I guess maybe if you get hit, it disables the wall climb for a moment? Because I didn't try to wall jump, but it ended up just kind of sliding off that wall. Because I was waiting till I impacted, but I just kind of slid instead of really registering too well there. We are still very slidey. Well, there's an extra life to make up for all of the lives I've thrown away here, and we're out. The Crystal Crags won. I want that. No, stop sticking to the wall so we can actually catch up to where the life was before it despawns. The fact that that was covered in spikes down there is also very rude, by the way. But I guess the only way you were gonna get that life is if you had the small power-up when you got here. Unless it's somewhere in here, too. There we go. I was trying to find another power-up so we'd have some health. Because with all the hail coming down, health seemed like a good thing to have. Let go of me. I would like to be able to move again, please. Of course, we gotta have the snow level when it's near Christmas. It's perfect. Okay, so you can get this form while we're here. Makes that extra life a little bit less dirty. I want to go up there. I would rather be outside, I think. Well, never mind. We're going this way. Go ahead and blast all that open. I see where those go, game. I'm not stupid enough to fall for that. Not really sure I needed to launch those, but it seemed like a good idea at the time. Huh. Why does this exist? I mean, it does a great job of wasting my time. And if that's the goal, then you know what? Fair play. I do have a time limit, so clearly wasting my time is actually a move. Okay, just gems. Oh, not going this way. Not without charging. Hopefully the snow in the background is not playing too much havoc on the bitrate. I don't see it being too big a problem, but I've been wrong before. That's always a good sign. That's always a very, very good sign. When somebody familiar with the game is like, oh yeah, this tricky bastard of a level. Assuming I want to actually go break these. There we go, we're out of here. That didn't seem that bad. Unless the upsetting part was getting to that teleporter that I saw, which that I could definitely believe being a problem. Oh, I see the joke there. Ah. Well, they at least do you the kindness of teaching you about that idea very early on in the game. So the logic follows that you see a pair of blocks in the way, and it's like, okay, then the mask has to be around somewhere. It seemed very unlikely that they would just expect you to have the mask to get there based on what we dealt with to get there to begin with. I just kind of did the best logical guessing I could there. And the only other place we could reach was up above, so lo and behold, it worked out. Sounds good. Best of luck getting sorted through the groceries and the dishes. And thank you for giving me what advice you could with this nightmare here. Ooh, that was almost a disaster. One of these times I'm gonna not do brave and stupid things like that. I don't think today's gonna involve any of those times. I wanna hit that block in case it's another one up. No, it was a coin, which I think is a continue. Oh, time to do some face breaking. Get used to the hoit, 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 because we're gonna be doing it a bit. There we go. Another extra life. We're starting to gain back our lost ground. Another extra life. Never mind, we are ahead of where the highest life count we've had has been. I'm glad I went this way. They even replaced the time I spent getting back there. What's the over-under on this being a death pit, we think? I'm personally thinking it is, but let's find out. Yep, die. Because here's the thing. I figured if it is a death pit, we already gained enough lives that it wouldn't really be a negative at that point. And if those lives respawn, Yeah, you see the idea? You see the magic? We may out shenanigan the game. So I think that's gonna lead me too far astray for us to get there. So let's check that first, and then we'll head on back up and out that way. Because we can clearly get back out. Oh, but that might be a problem. I don't have samurai anymore. Let's go get another samurai helmet. We also can go get that time that was up in the upper left anyway. Okay, I shot the crystal, I think. Yeah, there we go, like that. Staying on these platforms when I land on them is proving to be a bit of a thing. I forgot I could just do that. Give time. Okay. Which, speaking of giving time, thank you all so much for hanging out and giving me your time. It is very appreciated. Let's go get some more extra lives. It ate my jump. You know, maybe trying to go get those... Oh, neat. You break a platform out from under an enemy and they just die. I kind of expected him to fall on me, and it was going to be a regrettable decision that I made there. Give helmet. Thank you. So in hindsight, because of how far to the side we need to go, I think actually breaking through these blocks over here might genuinely just lead us to where I was trying to go. And even if it doesn't, I don't want to lose more lives than I'm going to gain. If that makes sense. Which it should. Wait. We can also just go this way, though. What's going on over here? That was impressive how I just shot myself there. You hit those, make more blocks, you go over here, you go up here. I said you go up here. Oh, these keep going. Ah. See, I thought I had to do something clever, which I technically still did. Not the kind of clever I thought. Are these all gems? It might just be all gems. Actually do this the sensible way instead of screwing around, shall we? I would continue messing around, but we have a time limit on the stage, so kind of matters. No, time limit matters less now, so that's good. I wanted to check all those blocks, though, in case any of them had one-ups, but considering the amount we found in that other section in here, I can't help but feel that they are not going to give me any more in this stage. Okay, that's the exit. So let's hold that thought. Now that we know the routing, let's see about trying to get some of those extra lives. Okay, that gave time, which we do want. Why did I take... Oh, fall damage. Fall damage. I got confused for a second, that's how I fell, because I'm like, wait, why did I get hit there? And then suddenly, pain. And then I just shot myself again, because I lost everything in my brain for a moment there. You just take one bad hit sometimes and your brain just goes, okay, it's over. What am I doing? What am I doing here? Go get the other helmet, you fool. Instead of trying to do it the hard way. Like, just because you did it the hard way the first time does not mean you have to do it the hard way every time. You'd think I would be, you know, actively opposed to doing things the unnecessary hard way. And you'd be wrong, considering the amount of times I've proven the exact opposite to be true on this channel. Go ahead and get rid of that crystal. I have some concerns about that statement, Urzeri. There we go, get our health back. Now let's go get those extra lives to make up for all of the lives I've just wasted. And then everything's gonna be fine. Totally. Yes. Yes. Nothing bad's going to happen. Why can I not do this anymore? Why have I suddenly lost the ability to make those relatively simple jumps I was succeeding in earlier? Why, brain, why are you a problem? Can I still ledge grab? No. Seems like I lose ledge grab when I transform. Which makes sense. He kind of has his hands busy with a sword now. Thankfully, in this case, not a euphemism, but, you know. There went all my health again. This could actually end really badly. Yeah, that's exactly what I was expecting. But on the bright side, I have more control over my jumps now, so that might actually work out in our favor. There's another helmet here. Ah, the lives don't come back. They turn into gems. So this entire endeavor was pointless, is what that's telling me. Hey there, Maury. How you doing? Hopefully you're doing well today. If you can hear me with the ad running. The ad may get in the way. We'll find out. Now I will work on getting out of here. Ah, okay, excellent. Friday's always good. There we go, there's the clock. And, oh, I didn't die. We're fine. Everything's okay. Just gotta not fall into the void again. Lost my helmet. That's okay. You know, Tilly doesn't grab the ledge because sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't, I guess. If I land there, I'm gonna get shot, so... Okay, I have a plan. It's called jump over that and just run for our lives. Because if I jump toward where those drills were... Oh, well, never mind, it didn't matter. 8 lives, and I squandered all of them trying to get more lives, not realizing that this game does not actually respawn lives. Great. Great, I love that for me. I love that I did great things for my life expectancy this way. I'm kind of shocked that that fire didn't get me, if I'm honest. Let's just get out of here. We know where the exit is. Let's just leave this nightmare and pretend nothing of any of this happened. That's what I've learned, is I do not wish to be here anymore. I don't know why this space up here exists. I guess if you're still in fly form, you could, like, squeeze through up there and be safer. Dragon spike. Do not spike the dragon. That is not a good idea. Right, I can only attack downward in this form. Ah, they have multiple hits when they're in their grounded form still. Okay. Important information to have. And I took all that damage for a gem. Great. Like, don't get me wrong, those gems are useful. Not as useful as health right now. Any transformation would be good right about now, game. Mostly just want a health bar. Thank you. It counts. Oh, I definitely need that. Okay. Coming through. Let me through. Knock, knock. What's down the tunnel? More block breaking. Oh, but there's a hidden wall here. More gems. But a really long tunnel that leads to a lot of blocks. Okay. Any lives in here? They are kind enough to have given me time, so at least I'm not gonna time myself out in here. That was kind of a concern, actually. It was just a lot of gems. Okay. That's fine. The gem abilities are useful, as we learned earlier, even if I am going to keep forgetting to use them. I think that's another continue. Well, our only path out of here is this teleporter, it looks like, so away we go. Yeah. Always so much going on. A hidden teleporter? Huh. Well, I feel compelled to use the hidden teleporter, if I'm honest. Because it was hidden. That must mean it's a good thing. Or it's going to put me on a single block in the middle of nothingness. Okay. I think that actually was a good thing. I think that placed me, like, way higher up the mountain. Yeah, it definitely did, and then I fell back down a lot. Because it's so easy to slide off these blocks in samurai form. Because the samurai form is great because it's faster, but it's also so slidey. Good news is we have a lot of time to make that ground up now. Go with the run button. Silly, silly man. Because otherwise you're gonna... Okay, even without the run button, I'm sliding off of this block. This is a nightmare. Because in order to get enough momentum to get him to go to the side to go around the block properly, I'm ending up overshooting. There we go. It. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Everything's fine. Everything is completely fine. I have complete control over the situation. Yes, I know. I know I'm telling lies. Ah! Okay, we're back here. This is fine. Well. Oh, good. Another samurai helmet. Why are there so many samurai helmets on this climb when there's nothing here that hurts you? Well, aside from fall damage, I guess. Yeah, the sliding would definitely bring back Mario memories, that's for sure. Wait, I have a plan. Physics! Haha! That was the best plan. What do you mean I have to engage with your climbing mechanics?
Victory.
I can just catapult myself with the power of physics. Ah. See, this is where all of those helmets should be. Up here, where all of the drills of doom live. Gonna purposely drop back down not that far. Did not intend to drop back down that far. We're gonna have a problem here. But I got my helmet back, which is what the goal was. Yeah, this is the teleporter I just used. So we can use that teleporter again. Well, I would use physics if I had more bounce blocks to use. But unfortunately, they took them away when they realized I could use them. I'm not allowed to have them anymore. We can't have nice things on Mount Fuckery here. I mean, that is what they do, yeah. But we made it. It's kind of funny to think about the fact that we were already up here. Because the teleporter that I ended up here from put me up where the end of that area was, and we fell like halfway back down that area. That drill there is what's making the awful noise. Let's get away from that. Huh. Well, I don't really have much choice but to go this way, I guess. Oh, is this stage just a teleporter maze? Is that just what we're doing here? I think this stage just is a teleporter maze. Because there's the teleporter we just came from, which brought us into the interior. I kind of figured that awkward one in the corner was gonna be an extra life. Yeah, Bummer is right. But we got our attack ability back. Okay, I cannot defeat the drill. Understood. Just gonna tank a hit and get through there then. They give you a lot of time in this stage. Hey there, Jay. How's it going? Yeah, we are a small samurai for now. And about to get smaller at this rate. We got another helmet. We're fine. Everything's fine. That other helmet was dinged up. I know, I'm being greedy, wanting things other than time, but when my timer's maxed out, you know, maybe I want more things other than time, like extra lives. You know, that's just me out here being greedy at this point. I'm gonna bet that those are the extra lives right there. The ones that are in the corner where good luck getting them. I'd need to jump off this guy, and I would have needed to have done it when I was falling to begin with. Let's go this way. Maybe that wasn't the right way. Wait. Potential? Nope, that was just a gem. Okay. The dream was alive up until that was just a gem. I understand the assignment here, except for the fact that I cannot apparently jump high enough. Thanks, game. Why was that jump not high enough? That should have been enough height. Wait, why is there a cubby hole here? Wait. Wait. Okay, no, that was just the camera panning. Why does this exist? Why can I walk in here? What is hidden in here? Tell me your secrets. You get the feeling that they put that there just to make somebody like me freak out and go, what is hidden here? Also, we might be hooped here, actually, now. Oh, because I screwed up. Because I can't jump high enough to get above him. They placed that thing so precisely. Like, so unnecessarily precisely. So there went another continue. The good thing we got more of them, but like, come on now. Honestly, that's reminiscent of so many, like, playground myths and such from this era. Like, oh yeah, if you jump in this corner 30 times while pressing B, you'll be teleported to a new stage. The new stage is depression because you wasted your time believing a schoolyard rumor. Why do I even want to hit this block so badly? Honestly, mostly because it denied me, I think. Ha, you can't get me now because of all the blocks. Good day, sir. See, now those timers are gonna matter. Because we're not coming into this area with lots of time. Which is why they have all those timers there, I'm sure, is for when people are coming through without having already accrued a bunch. Because we happen to spend so much time in that vertical section. You can have all the time in the world. As long as you run around in this cave. Okay, I can destroy those. Just takes multiple jumps. There we go. Now we don't have to hear dentist drill noise the whole time. Yeah, look at that. That one hallway filled my time meter up entirely. I suppose now I can at least get at that corner, hopefully. Assuming I remember where that corner was. More time. Let's see what was over here as well, since we missed this angle last time. Yeah, because there's a whole timer section through here. Gem. Are they going to reward my patience, or am I going to be disappointed? I'm going to be disappointed, unless there's something further this way. Wait. Wait. Aha! God damn it. Really? Just gems, huh? Just gems? Okay. I was so excited because I'm like, ooh, hidden passageway that leads to a bunch of boxes. There's gotta be an extra life or something in here. And there was something in there. It just wasn't what I was hoping for. Yet again. And that was the passage I needed to have taken. God. Ah. I hate how bad my memory is for some of these stage designs. Because all these cave tunnels blend together in my brain. Like, they just don't mean anything to me. Maybe now that we still have our higher jumping, I'd be able to find something in here. The answer may surprise you in that there is still nothing in here. Yeah, because there's not a floor to break through there either. Okay, now let's not use up both helmets this time. Well, yeah, that's basically the nature of this game. There's a lot of haha, fuck you involved in this game. What the hell are you supposed to do here? Okay, it finally jumped high enough. Like, you get so little room to try to get a high jump from momentum in. Really just kind of sucks. Why is there just such a high line of blocks there? And to hell with that, I want out of here. Like, there's just so many things in this game that I'm like, I'm very suspicious of this. Why is this here? Hidden Canyon. Okay, we got the tank back. It's been a while since we had the tank. Oh, there's drips coming down. I was like, did I shoot myself? I didn't think that was possible. Now there's a teleporter here. I guess let's find out where this goes. Somewhere completely different. Bye, blocks. Ow, goodbye, health. Okay, we got a samurai helmet here as well. Wait. No, we're not in the same place, I don't think. Because there wasn't a night cycle here before. Huh, it's just very similar to the mountain we were on before. It just now has weather as well. I don't know about anybody else, but I get the distinct feeling I made a mistake going here. It seems like a bad place to have ended up. I don't know what gives me that idea. But, you know, just a sneaking suspicion. Okay, that attack does work on some things. It just was the tank that was immune to that. Okay. Well, I was gonna charge him, but you know what? This is fine. Yes, I wanted this back. This is good. Okay, I didn't really want this back, but maybe there's something behind here. Ah, there is. Time, and another charger helmet. So you probably were intended to use this path if you ended up over here in order to get down there. I'm curious what's in those boxes, but I wouldn't be able to get back up if I got to those. So let's just leave. Shishka boss. Okay. Interesting how he's using the death sound effect to shoot at me. Apparently, that helmet just didn't disappear. Why did the helmet leave? Seems so, yeah. We've gone through a wild ride to get here. Okay, I do just attack that. Okay. Okay, that does make a degree of sense. Okay, he does do contact damage. I was gonna be cheeky and jump on top of the head and just start stabbing. Which, you know, it makes sense that you wouldn't be allowed to do that. Okay, so I gotta either get past him to get a... Oh! Okay, I did not expect to bounce off of his bullet like that. That was a surprise. Please be a transformation of some kind in here somewhere. That's a gem. There we go. That'll do. I really would like the range attack if I can help it. Methinks. Just because he's got a ranged attack of his own. You know, if I can get this to go where I want it to. If you're gonna stay here, I may as well take advantage of the opportunity. Okay, that's one head down. Two heads down. Oh, and I can break his projectiles with these too. Look at that. This is suddenly way easier. You know, if I don't just keep eating the hits like that. I shouldn't have been greedy. I should have just waited up there so I had the positioning advantage. But I'm impatient, and I immediately get punished for my impatience once again. But there's only one head left, so we could probably just use the samurai to kill him. I'm just fine. Come on, let me out, game, please. You know, if the physics on this wasn't jank as hell, this probably would be done already. Yeah, I just bounce around so much when I'm trying to stay there. It just does not play ball with that at all. Like, I have to fight that way more than I think I do to make that work. Well, at least this will be health to jump on him with. This should have been easy, but the floatiness here really causes an issue. There we go. Yeah, that makes sense. Because the tank would break these. The Whispering Woods 2. Wait. Wait. Weren't we in the Whispering Woods way earlier? I feel like I've looped. I feel like I may have taken, like, the long road. Yeah, I sure did, because I recognize this place. God damn it. This is a coin. That's nice. Well, I remember the name Whispering Woods. I could have swore we had been in Whispering Woods 1 earlier. Unless there was just another woods and I'm convincing myself that it was Whispering Woods. Goddamn ice physics blocks. Hopefully this does something good. Okay, that was arguably pointless. Understood. Of course there's no power up there. Why would there be? Yeah, no, that makes sense, because not only are these levels pretty sprawling in a lot of cases, but the progression between stages can be basically a lie. Like, that is the one thing I was always told about this game, is that some of your paths through the game lead to you actually going to stages way out of order. So it gets very confusing. Which is actually the one thing that had me interested in this game. I'm gonna run out of time because I can't do anything in this room. I'm just sliding off of everything for some reason in here. Like they buttered the whole damn stage. Okay, let's just get out of here. So I don't lose this life on this continue. Let's just leave. I wanted what was in those things, but it just was not playing ball. Wait. Weren't we just in Whispering Woods 2? Didn't that last one say 2? What? Am I losing my mind? Oh yeah, I've seen at least one map of this before, but it was long enough ago that I do not remember anything about it. Okay, I just read it wrong. Because you don't really have a lot of time to read those unless you don't press start, which why would I not press start? I would like to make progress. So when it's only there for a second or so, sometimes you read wrong, I guess. Where do they want me to go? But I guess that would explain the... Or was it earlier, huh? What was the forest area I was in at the beginning of the game, then? I could have swore that was called Whispering Woods. Ah. As much as I'm curious about what's in that corner block, I'm not interested enough to keep fighting with it. This is probably just another gem, just like the rest of these. Or a night helmet. Either way, it doesn't matter. Where's all those timers you were giving me earlier, game? Alright. The fact you can't start climbing off of a jump is upsetting. It makes sense. It'd be harder to get a grip when you're airborne. But god damn it. Not a timer either. Well, I think I'm SOL then. Unless the exit happens to be like right over here. Nope, I needed to transform right here, huh? Yep. Well, it's working. 'Cause I'm pretty sure we were like right there. But of course, they hid the thing I needed. Because, haha, funny. Like, I understand making the timer tight there, but it's just like, you probably didn't need to go that hard with it. And now I'm all discombobulated again. And he just didn't want to grab that ledge either. Just in case anybody was wondering, I was pressing the button. Why are you like this? Why are you being such a pain in my ass suddenly? Yeah, you know, I didn't want you to grab that ledge at all or anything. Why would I want that? Clearly we want to stay here forever. Was that confirmed to actually be happening? I remember hearing something to that tune, but I didn't particularly believe it. Yeah. Giving all of the forms more of a moveset would be nice. Because they don't feel especially unique, if I'm honest. They all have, like, one move that they do. Some of which definitely got more love than others. Oh, of course, all of those are item blocks. And of course, God forbid I be able to make that jump between those. And now my momentum is just not momentuming. I knew that was a gem. Why did I... Answer is I was trying to get rid of it, realistically. These are all gonna be gems. Why am I even bothering? We all know that it's just gonna be a lie. I swear if this is a timer in here, I'm gonna be... unsurprised, but still very cross. Yeah, that'll make sense. Those are basically a majority of their big ticket items. Devil's Marsh 1. Why do I have, like, a pile of pings suddenly? Hang on. What happened? Something I need to deal with right now. Come on, mobile Discord. Stop being the useless waste of software that you are. Okay. Ah, okay. That makes a bit more sense. Altered Beast I'd be interested to see come back as well. Eternal Champions, I don't know why that got trademarked. That one's a weird one. Wasn't Eternal Champions not good? Or am I remembering the wrong thing? So I guess if they brought it back, they might actually be able to do something good with it, even if it wasn't something that was good at its time. Yeah, I suppose. Okay, the timing here is gonna be picky, huh? Okay. Wow, they are really asking a lot with that particular jump. If perhaps they were a little more generous with the way the corners in this game worked, this might be less of a problem. Like, I see what they're doing here, I just cannot, like, consistently land this timing at all today. There we go. Get me out of there. Yeah, I mean, there's that. And I suppose that is one of the handful that they specifically still have access to. Yeah, like I was starting to say, Altered Beast would be a fun one to see come back, because that already had had some neat ideas and played well on its own. Even the Game Boy Advance one that happened was alright. The 3D one was a little bit of a mixed bag, but it wasn't terrible. I wouldn't mind seeing a better version of that, for example, happening. Because it really does feel like it'd be a natural fit for like a spectacle fighter type deal, just they would have to make it better than that one. Yeah, exactly. The concept would play well, it's just a matter of they would have to do good with it, which that can vary. Stop hiding. I guess that's to avoid the enemy, question mark? Because it didn't really seem like there was anything up there. Or it's just to lie to me again. They enjoy lying to me. I heard good things about the new Shinobi, yeah. They just kind of priced me out of that one because I took one look at that price and I'm like, I don't know if I want a Shinobi game for that price right now. Especially after, and mind you, these are two completely different companies. The fact that I was not feeling the new Ninja Gaiden, the new 2D one that is. It seems like a competent game, I just was not feeling the direction they took with it at all. But as I said, they are two wildly different companies, so the end results could be very different. Yeah, that's basically where it's going to be at for me as well. I didn't actually check to see if it got on any kind of decent price in Steam's winter sale at all. But despite the production quality, it's probably only going to be like at most like a $15 grab for me. Blasphemous is good, and that does give me hope for it, and what I saw of it when other people played it does look very good. I'm just worried about the amount I'm gonna get out of it is the problem. Because you gotta figure, most Shinobi games are not that long. Unless you get stuck, which is very likely to happen. So unless they made it much longer than your usual Shinobi game, your length to price balance is going to be a bit rough on that one, and that's what I was worried about. But I did hear that there is more in it than the old Shinobis by a decent margin. But I also heard people complaining that it was short, so... The answer is the internet is incapable of giving you an accurate measure of such a thing. Is people are going to disagree constantly. And I think I missed the timing for the demo for that. So I don't think the demo's available anymore. I think I got crushed? I'm gonna assume I got crushed? Because I have no idea why else I would have died there. Oh, interesting. This suit's here too. What does this even do? Oh, it reveals hidden blocks. Huh. Okay, I kind of figured this was like a big attack, but would like do very little damage or something. If it's a block revealer, that makes a bit more sense, and we're dead again. This area sucks. A lot. Oh, absolutely. And that's what kind of gives me a problem trying to get a measure on that, because I try to get like an average. by seeing what a bunch of different people have to say about something. And it can be a crapshoot. Well, see, the enemies weren't the problem, though. I wasn't paying any mind to them. It's the moving blocks that I just happened to slide wrong onto that killed me there. I was just trying to get the lay of the land before moving too far, and then I got crushed. Unless you mean that form specifically does something. I'm not really entirely picking up what you're putting down on that one. Okay, I guess there we go. I need to just jump over and around it. That seems so needlessly risky. Now there's a continue coin, and we're dead again. Starting to get a little tired of some of their shenanigans in this game, gotta say. It was cheeky and amusing for a while, but now it's getting a little tiresome. Just, hey, do you like everywhere being death? No? Well, good news, you're getting that anyway. And this is another case of it can actually be problematic sometimes where the camera cycles downward whenever you're holding down because, you know, I'm holding down because I'm crawling through somewhere. But it ends up altering my view. I could definitely believe that. Because you, for starters, have the problem of just finding your way around in it to begin with. And then there's just all of the things that can easily crush you instantly. Like, this is just riddled with instant death. Just hover for a second here so I can get a look. Yep, I can just go this way. Oh, no. Nope. Nope. Absolutely fucking not. Not even trusting and interacting with that. Just not even gonna fucking risk that. Hey, under 125 seconds. Knight's Isle. Okay, we're getting places. Wee. You know what? Heck with your level design. I'm just doing this. I have the power to do this, so I'm just doing this. I believe I can fly. I am very fucking dizzy now. And we're out of here. Under 48 seconds. Whale Grotto. You know what? No. I like my freedom of flight here. Not that I'm gonna have it much longer, because if I fly into another bullet like that, I'm not gonna have it anymore. Ooh, what's up here? Goodies? No. Huh. Why would I want this? Well, let's find out, I guess. Oh yeah, any kind of flight in a platformer just breaks everything. I feel like I might have broke something open up there. I screwed up, so now I'm stuck down here again. Oh, there was nothing there. Okay. Well, just squandered everything. Just went ahead and squandered all of my hopes and dreams. Ah! That just leads straight to death. Great. Love that for me. I might not have realized where I was. Admittedly, I thought I was still higher up. Not that this was the bottom of this. Yeah. This game really loves giving you nothing. It's its favorite thing. Like, hey, there's this whole neat spot over here. Guess what's in it? Nothing. Except pain. Which does count as something, admittedly. Timer, huh? I'm just gonna leave. Nuts to this place. Oh! That's why this area exists, is so that they could teleport you up here so you are upset. I understand. That does imply to me once again, though, that this helmet is actually necessary for something. Yes, I've used it before, and I've broken through them. I just don't know where I would use that here, ends up being the thing. It's like, I can knock those aside here, for example, but that doesn't accomplish anything for me here. I had to do this in order to exit that one stage. Assuming you mean those blocks. Except I lost it again because I keep forgetting that it has no close combat capabilities at all. So it's incredibly easy to lose when you're stuck in a tiny little space like that. Because it was either get hit by the spike or get hit by the slime guy again. Anyway, we're out of here. See, I didn't know the flag was over there. So I had no reason to go to the right. Unless I just assumed the flag was there. I was still assuming the flag was on the left somewhere. That's why I'm like, I don't see any reason why I would break through just this random wall. Bear in mind, I don't know where I'm going. And this hoverboard seems like more trouble than positive. Since you no longer have control of your forward movement anymore. Like, the speed is nice, don't get me wrong, but this just seems like it's gonna get me killed. Especially since it has no means of protecting itself. Ah, okay. See, I tried that before, but it didn't work, so I guess I didn't leave the ground enough for it to count. That's a little bit better. I'm assuming it's gonna be necessary in here. I feel like they teach you with this one a little poorly because they don't give you a lot of room to use that with the spaces they give you when you first get it. It's like, here, have a, like, 2-block space to try to gravity flip in when it takes, like, 3 for it to actually react to the input. Like, could you have given me a little more room, game? And maybe not riddled the entire area with death. That might have helped me learn as well. Of course, the helmet's stuck in the block. That's lovely. So we'll just make do without it. I'm also terrified that I can just, like, fall into the top of the map and die. Like, maybe that's just trust issues talking, but, I've experienced that kind of shenanigans before. How are you meant to get up here? Yeah, because I don't get enough... I guess doing this? Except that's kind of a pain in the ass to do, but that might be the only way to get up there. Except it keeps eating my jump every time I approach the edge, so you know what? Why am I even bothering? Except it's looking like I might have to do that just to do anything here. Let's just leave. Okay, good. You don't die on the ceiling of the map. Good. I figured I'd just rip that band-aid off and find out what it does to me there. You could absolutely understand why I would believe the game would just kill me in a situation like that. Because the whole ceiling essentially becomes a death pit instead. And assume it wants me to go over here. You can't even jump on enemies with this, huh? Speaking of it not being the nicest game around, why are those scorpions so fucking big? And of course I burnt the helmets that are around here. I guess I just gotta hope that there's a helmet behind that wall that appears and disappears, and that I don't get eaten by the scorpion before I can get to it. Of course there isn't a helmet here. Why would there be a helmet here? Oh wait, probably because you actually need one to be able to get out of that part if you lose your helmet in there. So what I'm hearing is the hitbox may as well not exist. Because if it's small enough that in regular gameplay you ain't gonna hit it, then it basically doesn't exist. I have an idea. The constant forward pushing on this thing, though, is a pain in my ass. Aha! Yeah, if you have to have a dedicated combat form to even touch them, that's kind of awful. Yeah, I should have tried double flipping sooner. I just kind of assumed that wasn't going to be a thing with how less than responsive the flipping was initially. It seems like it's actually more responsive once you flipped the first time, which doesn't make sense. So I'm wondering if that's like an emulation issue or an issue with my controller more than it is the game. Absolutely. Hope you enjoy your food. I appreciate the good luck. I'm getting the distinct impression I'm going to need it. We're up here now. Right, there were drills there, because there's drills on every damn surface. What? Not sure why he didn't die the first time. There's the flag. Get me out of this awful level. Pyramids of Peril. The way this half of the game has been going, I really get the distinct feeling that we are going to be restarting this game at some point very soon. Yeah, give me that instead. The way they're throwing monsters around, I would like a means of defending myself. Because I keep using continues, which drains me of all my gems, so I can't use the gems to attack things. Which I also just keep forgetting that that's a mechanic anyway, because it's kind of, an annoying input to do if you don't just have, you know, if you're not used to doing it, you're probably not going to think of doing it, is what I'm getting at. I don't know if I wanted to use that teleporter or not. I'm just going with my gut. My gut told me not to use it. See, I assumed that the next platform was going to be at a similar distance. Turns out it was a rotating platform that doesn't actually go up at all. What? Why would you have it... Why would you have it be a crawling spot? Okay, I know what I want then. I don't actually want the axe. I want the fly. Because the game clearly doesn't want me to have nice things. This game definitely is riddled with newbie traps, though, which is not particularly a surprise. Like, I would almost say it actually makes plot sense that this game would be riddled with newbie traps, since it's a game designed to catch and kill gamers, essentially. So... that would just... Oh, now you climb up on the ledge when I didn't expressly tell you to. Of course. Of course. I mean, it doesn't... it's not necessarily designed to kill. It is a game boss catching kids, so it makes sense... rig the game in his favor, essentially. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have just jumped off like that, but I assumed the platform was gonna be there, which was a mistake. It's a good thing I got that extra life. What the fuck is this? Oh, of course, of course. Let's not have his head count as a damage spot consistently either. Why would we have that? Swear. If this game was any less generous with continues, we would have been out of this already. Like, we would have just been done for already. Because they're decently generous with health, and they're decently generous with things like lives and continues, as long as you're looking around. Yeah, there was nothing I could have done about that, because the fly just has, like, no upward mobility. Like, it has great upward mobility if there's a wall nearby, but its regular just vertical jump is just not the one. Of course, every time I complimented on being generous with lives and continues, we aren't gonna find another one for another, like, 4 stages. Why did I slide off? I wasn't pressing forward. I just tried to make sure I was prone ahead of time to make sure I didn't miss my opening. I'm guessing that the D-pad interpreted the down as a forward at some point. So it just ruined everything, as usual. Because bear in mind, I am using the D-pad, I'm not using the stick. The stick would have definitely screwed me in that situation. Okay, those just take one hit to destroy. I should remember that for later. Let's go down this way, because we found a lot of enemies there, but there was a bunch of blocks to break as well. So hopefully that'll lead to good things. Fly form, a clock, and gem. Okay, fly form will let me go under here, so let's go under here. See if this does anything good for us. The answer is not really. All it does is loop me around to where I already was. So I feel like I made a mistake. Yeah, we need night form for this. Seems like a great way to farm a bunch of gems, but hopefully there's something other than just gems in here. Gonna go out on a limb, though, and assume there probably isn't. But since we have lots of time on the timer right now, I'm willing to give it a go and see if we actually get something else. Worst case, we fill up on a bunch more gems, which might be useful in the future if I actually remember to use them. And there's the exit there, so we definitely have plenty of time to break all of these. There we go. And we stopped the level on 69 gems. We could have had 70, but that's fine. Mad Maze Mountain. Because we haven't had enough mazes yet. I was expecting that water to be a trap. I hate the hitboxes in this game so much sometimes. Because you would think attacking right next to him like that would have hit him. Like, to a certain degree, it makes sense that it didn't, because, you know, he is within my guard, essentially. Don't have to be happy about it. Please let this be a power-up. Because if this isn't a power-up, we straight up can't go to the right. Well, guess we're not going to the right, then. We're going up. There we go. Now I might actually be able to just go around all of these without getting shot at. Ta-da! Now we ride in style. Onward, valiant steed. Away! I was half expecting to get crushed into the ceiling when I did that, if I'm honest. Don't know how that worked out in my favor, but we'll take it. They really like me being in fly form at this point, huh? I'd like to get rid of both of you so you don't cause me any problems breaking these blocks. I get the sneaking suspicion that I'm going to be disappointed again. Tornado! Wee. let's get out of here before I lose this. That was not that much of a maze, gotta say. Being called Mad Maze Mountain, that was not very mad or maze-like. The Deadly Skyscrapers. I get the feeling I'm gonna be happy to be in tornado form for this one. Oh yeah, there's just a whole thing up here. Let's see where this leads. Gem. Really? We did that bit again, huh? Where I go up this whole neat side area and all it is 2 fucking gems. God, I feel like I'm playing a randomizer right now where I do this whole cool thing and it was just garbage. Anyway. Oh, hello. Does this do something? Well, it gets me shot, that's for sure. I do appreciate that the gaps are actually, like, at the stairs, but also, what was I supposed to do through that sequence without a power-up? Good lord. Yeah, I know. Oh, that is just a death pit, too. Great. Great, I love that for me. Because that's gonna keep happening now. Because whenever he decides not to grab the ledge, or I just happen to not squeeze through that space, we're just gonna get screwed over and over again. Because I'm hesitant because of the cloud, because I only have 2 hit points. Well, 1 now. Any hidden blocks here or anything? This is kind of fucked, I'll be honest with you. I can't even do anything half the time. There's not enough time to move. Because that thing shoots so fast and you have kind of garbage mobility in base form. Like, your best move is being able to flip over the block. This doesn't help that the flies have gotten even worse in here again. Like, I swear there's just, like, certain points where the stupid, like, little fruit fly things just get way worse. There's bounce pad blocks there. Ah, okay. Well, I think we know where we're using all of our continues because this place is just Death Pit Central. How much lightning that thing threw at me, like, immediately, by the way. Somebody thought that was okay just to be a regular enemy. This stage is garbage. Like, this is just terrible. Is it so easy not to make it around the corners of these blocks sometimes with how precise they made some of the jumping? Well, remember how I said we were more than likely gonna end up having to restart this game at some point? Hey, what do you know, we're restarting this game. Oh, it was Blue Lake Woods. It just happens to reuse the picture. That's what got me all fucked up. Okay. That makes sense. Let's see about going on a different path this time so that I don't end up back at the stupid skyscrapers. But I somehow get the feeling that we're going to end up back there. Because that feels like a stage where they would force you to go to, regardless of your path. Because with the kind of twisted individuals I assume made this game, I would assume they want to make sure you go there, so you suffer. said up. Thank you. I don't think we ever went up here and got these things. Not that I'm gonna be able to with landings like that. Why do I even bother? Like, I would have had to have voluntarily given up the night suit, I think, just so I'd be able to land on those without breaking them all. Because in order to reach the block, you have to go just high enough that you'll just break the block when you land on it. I guess I could have tried getting on top of them, but they were so high up that I feel like that wouldn't work. Maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. That's always a possibility. Little flies. I swear. I don't recall any of these things up here mattering that much. Oh no, this one was an extra life. That one was the one that mattered. It was just early enough on that we ended up losing all of them, so I think I just forgot about that one. I only really started keeping score lives-wise once we started getting in more danger. That's fine, we're out of here. Want to buy new power-up, please? There we go. I don't think I checked above this. No, doesn't seem to be anything up there. Very good. What above these? Don't think I'm gonna be able to get above that block. Oh wait, yes I would. I can. Doesn't seem to matter. Yeah, no, there's nothing there. Unless it's, like, hidden off to one side or the other past, like, a weird leap of faith jump, but I would have no way of figuring that one out without sitting there and trying, and we're not really here to sit there and fiddle around with various random hidden things. Useless junk. May as well just stay up here this time, since we now know that the down stab actually works for these. And there we go. Nice and easy. Ideally, we can farm up a bunch of extra continues by just doing better than we did before. We shall see. Use my head. Ayah! Yeah. It does mislead you a bit when they first give you the charger here by having the only enemy you encounter be something that the charge doesn't kill. So it makes it very easy to convince yourself that the charge doesn't do damage. And I genuinely am starting to think that they don't do that Like, they don't do that because they're doing a bad job of telling you things. It almost feels like they're actively and intentionally misleading you. Which, again, kind of fits into the whole you're fighting an actively hostile game. So design decisions that would otherwise be things I'd be like, why did this even get greenlit, kind of start to work better in this particular game because of the fact that it's designed to be evil. It's one of those things where it changes the nature of it because of the situation. Can't necessarily say that I approve of it or it's okay because of that still, but it makes it a little bit better. I could have swore there was something better than just a couple gems and a power-up in here. Yeah, there was a timer. Still not sure how you're supposed to get to that. Like, I guess it's actually just a timing thing, yeah. And it wasn't worth it. Basically, all I did was actively sacrifice health in order to receive things I didn't need. Just get out of there before anything else can go wrong. Samurai. Now that we know more about how these work, I'm wondering if there's anything, like, slightly above here. No, there isn't. There might be something, like, in the air to one side or the other. But that's more work than I feel like putting forth right now for that idea. As I promptly get punished because, once again, the game doesn't want to let me move at all when it's hitting me. It's just like, nah, you stand there and you take your hits. You just keep getting hit. Could have swore those things took one hit before. Why would you put... Don't understand some of these decisions. Like, why those drills were on the ceiling there. You would have to have gotten launched like I did in order for you to even interact with them. At all. And yet there they were. They put them up there just because. Oh, hello. I found a secret. By accident. I literally fell into it. Yeah, I don't know if I wanted to go back to Samurai, but we're back to Samurai. It does have a mobility advantage. Okay, we're definitely taking a new path now because we didn't go here before. Or it took me to another... But I'd already been... Huh? Yeah, because we accidentally teleported there. That's the one we accidentally teleported with before. Let go of me. I was trying to get these things up here to see what they were. And we ended up teleporting. So if we actually complete this stage more normally... Oh, that guy's just stuck in purgatory. Look at that. He's just stuck there forever. He's just waving at all of you for eternity. Okay, we've now changed our fate. Whether we've changed it for the better or not, the answer is no. Because apparently we still ended up in Underskull Mountain. So... It didn't matter. I think we'd skipped straight to Underskull Mountain 2, potentially, before? No, because I recognize this room. I just did this room from the higher section before. This wasn't up here where we got the tank. No, because we had gotten just a bunch of gems up here before. Where's the exit? I go down somehow? Oh yeah, we go through the wall here. That's right. Really nothing here, huh? Okay. I figured since it was a whole big section of running around in an open empty space, maybe there would have been something there. And I think rather than just tanking the spikes like I've done both times now, I'm pretty sure you're supposed to launch yourself off that slope, like, at the end and just clear the jump. But I botched it both times now. Because I wasn't paying enough attention. Like that. That, you know, with less missing the item box would have been the ideal. Hello. Aha! Pretty sure we went through that wall of breakable things before. So hopefully this will lead to something new. Ooh, 10 gems. Hello, gems. And 99's the cap, huh? Okay, I was kind of hoping I'd get a life from getting 100 gems. That's part of why I was hoarding them. Okay, this seems to have just warped us to a different part of the stage, because we got that extra life before. Because this is where all the floor starts disappearing right next to the exit, so... We're still gonna have to go to that annoying lava stage we were in before. But we're continues and gaining lives, so... That's officially on the we take those angle. Oh yeah, there's just a teleporter right there that I missed every time we were here before. Okay, those are all just gems. Let's see where this teleporter takes us. Maybe it'll take us to a different stage. Where the hell am I? I've just gone to the sky, but the sky is full of fire. Oh, interesting. You know what? Let's do that again. Let's hit that one more time. And then we can just bypass this entire segment. Now we're back here. Okay. Interesting. So I guess that was just purely extra? Question mark? This is the bit a bunch of you came in for, where I was doing these corner jumps in order to make any progress, and then falling to my death not long afterwards. I really dislike this game's fixation with corner jumps, considering they make the corners really wide. And just to demonstrate, I'm right here, but you'll notice I still can't fit through. Like, the corners go way further out than you think they should. And that's what makes doing jumps like this way more of a pain than they need to be. Y'all have seen me play other games where I have to do corner jumping like that, and you've seen me not have nearly as much trouble with it. Sure, I screw it up from time to time still anyway. I'm by no means an expert, but I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing enough to pretend I know what I'm doing. And make it look like I know what I am supposed to do. This is one of the many forms Kid Chameleon takes on. In this particular case, it's the form of a man who's bad at jumping and dies a miserable death. God damn it. Back to shitty corner jump central. Because we have no other path we can take through this damn stage. And I do not favor the idea of trying to do these timing. I mean, it's an accurate name for like half of the forms in this game, honestly. Bad at jumping is just kind of a thing. Come on, give me access to this platform so we can just be on with this sometime today, please. Of course, the corner on those blocks isn't as wide out as the corners on everything else. Really? Why didn't that let me through? Why did you just decide I didn't fit through there this time? Why are you like this game? Why? Are you trying to just balance out the fact that I had more lives than I had before? Is that the thing? It's honestly understandable, but also fuck you. Why would I want this form in this area? I don't understand why they give me this here. They don't really use the other form that much for this section, so I'm curious to see if there's actually a benefit to this form. I feel like there isn't. It's just I don't know. Somebody who was here earlier who knows the game better than I did called it Rhino specifically, but I don't know if that's just what they call it or that's actually its name. Its whole shtick is that it can charge into things and break them. And I'm about to lose it because I don't have any room to go anywhere with where that fire trail was, so no longer matters. Oh, fucking course. You know what? Hell with you. Perish. He's interfering with me doing what I need to do here. Ah, of course, of course. And yeah, all you missed was us dying a miserable death in the skyscraper, Deadly Skyscrapers, I think it was called, something like that. It was just Death Pit Central. There was just nowhere where it was safe to land. So I lost like 3 continues in rapid succession in that location. And now we're back here again. So yeah, that's just our life now. Yeah, it's garbage. Like, I'm not even gonna pull punches on that one. That level is terrible. I don't know who in their right mind thought that was an acceptable level design. Because it sure ain't. Yep, I knew I was gonna die there because I only had 1 hit, and I knew that fire guy was just chilling there. It's not like it mattered, I had no other choices. Yeah, see, you're making the mistake of assuming there's even a theme here. You're just making a lot of assumptions about the intentions involved in these things. Yeah, no, that's what I'm telling you, is the setting doesn't matter. It also expects a lot of the level design not to just screw you on those jumps, even though you clearly should have cleared that. It's like, I'm assuming there's a reason to have this helmet, but I could not find a location where it mattered walking through here. But I have to assume I just missed something. So it takes me long enough to get past this annoyance here in order to get anywhere to even think about that anyway. Because you either wait a while for those to disappear or try to do garbage corner jumps to try to make any headway on that spot. I'm gonna actually go ahead and leave that again. As far as I can tell, I can't actually charge that to break through there, so that's not a thing. Like, all having this form seems to do for me is make this stage worse, which is impressive. Like, it's not like I can charge these blocks to get through them either. So, I don't know why this exists in this stage. But I assume this has something to do with what you're talking about of getting through the stage easier. Because it's the only thing that would make any logical sense. Unless there's just a whole other helmet hidden somewhere in this stage. Which they could have hidden a block in any goddamn corner of anywhere in this game, and I probably wouldn't find it. Yeah, because that's just a gem. I'm pretty sure we'd found that one previously anyway. Maybe it's this one. If he would decide to jump when he's nearing this corner, that'd be great. Nope, just another gem. More wasting my time. I keep forgetting that they place those just high enough that you actually have to get a running jump to land on that. I'm probably gonna die of timeout here at this point. So I'm pretty sure none of these had a time in them. And we barely made it the time we did make it. Or... I'll be real, I may have slightly given up on this attempt. Oh, absolutely. But I can't think of any of the helmets that I had on my way to this point that would have radically changed this stage, either. Like, the only thing I would think of would be, like, climbing with the knight would help. But that doesn't make enough of a difference that I would feel like that would be huge here. Because in the time it takes you to climb, the moving blocks would get you there for the most part anyway. It's about the only other forms you had before here, unless you would do a weird warp, would be Samurai or this guy, really. Those are the only ones you would get before getting to this stage that I can think of. Again, barring warping around, at which point, why are you warping in such a way that leads to this place? I'm also not sure how you would even do it, because all roads seem to lead to Rome with where we went so far in the early part of this game. I have to assume there's like a hidden teleport somewhere. I don't have any gems to kill this guy with anymore, so he's just sitting here being a prick. Unless they did something funny with one of those teleporters as well, but I feel like all these teleporters are genuinely just there to reset the blocks if you screw up. So I really don't know Don't know what you're getting at here. Like, I suppose Samurai would make the jumping easier. And it still disposes of the enemies. But, I guess... See, the thing is, I didn't even know there was a cyclone earlier at all, because I'd never found it in any of the earlier stages. That's the part that was confusing me. I'm like, where is cyclone earlier than this? I was just thinking in terms of what I'd actually encountered myself up to that point. I'm like, it doesn't make sense. There's something missing. Now, of course... Oh, right, I did go there. Bear in mind, this entire game has blurred into a slurry of concepts for me already. So I didn't even remember that that hidden segment was before that. I genuinely thought that was later on in the line of things I did. You end up just in so many different zones so quickly in this game that it's hard to keep track of where anything was. See, I don't even know if I would say that necessarily. It's just a rapid assault on the senses to a certain degree, and that's what throws me. Yeah, that would help, especially if it was still at a time when you didn't have a lot of other games. So you wouldn't have much choice but to sit there and work through it and figure it out. My biggest problem, though, comes from just all of the random times I either slide off of something or get caught on a corner and things like that. I also don't know why that stone says Kevin, but it does. Well, we'll get back to actually having thoughts happen until I'm out of this nightmare. Because this stage just demands a little bit too much precision for me to be able to have a coherent thought come through right now. Because if I make even the slightest error, I just get hosed in here, and it's kind of awful. One of these was a helmet. There we go. Wanted to restore my health, just in case. So we don't get delayed by a helmet break. This game's garbage momentum system! That should have been a longer jump to clear that, but it just did not take the turnaround and speed at all. Just like, nah, you die now. I know there's a bounce pad there, but you saw how it just didn't jump high enough there either, even though I was holding the same button I used to jump higher there consistently before. Sometimes it just says, no, fuck you, die. That's kind of my biggest frustration with this, is there really does seem like an inconsistency issue here for sometimes, especially in stages like this where you don't have any room for error. Just gets incredibly frustrating. It's the equivalent of basically you just don't have control over what happens. Of course, I went the wrong fucking way. Haha. And this is a game people want to bring back, huh? This is a game people want brought back. And do not take statements like that personally, because I was saying this about Sonic yesterday. So... Thanks, game. Thanks for reading my jump. That's clearly what I needed. I clearly didn't need to jump there or anything. Or have you hit that block when I needed you to, either. You know, there's a reason why people say this was the era where they hated their players. This was also the same era where they wanted a rental to last a good long time, and the games themselves weren't that long. So... a certain amount of stabbing the player in the back had to happen to make sure that these last a while. As long as the person playing it has the patience to play it longer than a few minutes. Well, yeah, that all falls under the same heading, more or less, because it's designed with extra difficulty in order to take your money. That is the byline there. What is with that situation there, by the way, where how I broke that block, didn't get the item out of it, and the block just disappeared entirely? But why does that happen? It seems to only happen when I hit it at a corner, not necessarily intentionally, mind you. Just, I noticed that happens, and then the block disappears in one go instead of popping and dropping the item. Amy, thank you for the raid. Aid, what were you up to today? Hopefully y'all are doing well. It's good to see you back active. I know you'd been away for a bit. Yeah. I see Zero is doing Zero things. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome to me suffering through Kid Chameleon as part of a set of requests I'm fulfilling. If you need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. It is most important to take care of yourselves. Ah, date everything. I keep hearing good things about that. I would like to get up from here, please. Not that I was ever going to be allowed to get out of this hole. I live here now. Glad to hear you're having a good time. Yeah, we're on our second attempt here in Kid Chameleon. We got decently far, I think, the first go around, and then it went to hell in a handbasket. This is Kid Chameleon for the Genesis. It is a nightmare. Well, looking at what's happening, I think you might be getting an idea why you've never seen it. Transform. There we go. Solve that problem. Oh, wait. Why can I go under here? What is the point of this existing? I'm being harmed while I'm in this tunnel. What? There's an enemy in there, apparently. Good luck finding out what it is or how to deal with it, because it's buried in there. There is no whimsy in this place. There's only pain. And I say that only partially facetiously. Like, I am still managing to have a good time with this game, but boy does it not care about the player in the slightest. It definitely wishes for you to suffer. Climb these stairs like we've done before. Acquire the power of axe, because we're gonna need that. And for our safety. You know, actually... just realized I might be able to jump to those stairs. Nope, those don't exist. Okay. Oh, there is a gap there, though. Hello. Hold up. That's what I was talking about before, yeah. Is they do fit the idea of it being purposely unfair because the game is literally trying to cheat. But as much as I applaud them as far as that goes, maybe they succeeded a little too well. There's such a thing as doing too good a job. Let's see about being sneaky and go up through here. Maybe there'll be some lives or something up here. Which, other than the control issues I've been running into and the corners annoying me, I feel like the amount of these, like, hidden areas that actually just give you fucking nothing other than gems might be the thing that frustrates me the most. Oh, that's why that shoots there, is it's an exit point from there. Okay. I have, yes. I wasn't resoundingly impressed with it. I liked the idea it had, and the world is interesting. I just got kind of sick of its reliance on parrying as its main gimmick. It's on my list of things to try again at some point, because I'm willing to acknowledge that it may have just been the wrong time for me to play it. Which, this is probably a great time to remind everybody of what else is on the...
Hello there.
The I have to play it list because of the Donathon. Hey Gab, how you doing? Once we get off this screen, I'll pull up the list and tell you all what's on that list. Come on. Right now, we have to do Sonic 1, 2, and 3. We have finished Sonic 1, so that one's done already. Still have to do 2 and 3 because we got close to ending 2 and didn't manage it. Donkey Kong Country 1, Mario 1 and 2, Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, and 4, Hollow Knight 1, Hades 1, Little Nightmares 1, all 3 Dark Souls are something I'm stuck with, and there you go. That's the list as it currently stands, but the next 3 days are going to be Paper Mario, Golden Sun, and then either Morrowind or Outer Wilds, depending on which one I pick from that request. And then we'll be going into all the Donathons. Yeah. I will 100% agree with that based on my experience with it yesterday. You're better off, if I'm honest, not even bothering unless you really have an attachment to Sonic and not deal with the earlier ones. 3's fine, 2 is okay, 1 is pain. CD's also alright. That's kind of just the Sonic games to a certain degree. They love their spikes. Because how else do you punish a player for doing the exact thing that they want you to do, which is go fast? That's right, you put things in place for them to run into. See, my main issue with Sonic 2 is primarily just the last part, and the fact that the last part is garbage the second you don't have rings anymore, because you then have to do all of those fights at the end with no rings. You just have to accept the fact that you have no health. That's the thing I really take issue with. The rest of the game is fine. I mean, for the most part, outside of one or two sequences that really could have been better. But that end sequence is just garbage. And you will not change my mind about that. It is just needlessly brutal compared to the rest of that game. And part of that is obviously frustration because we got so close and got screwed over by that. Oh, by the way, that extra life I spawned, it's gone now even though I didn't pick it up. Isn't that fun? I would definitely believe that. Bear in mind, I don't know anything about the development of any of the Sonic games because I didn't care enough about that series to dig in. So I just look at what I experience and go, there has to have been something wrong here. I do not want to keep sticking to all of these walls, game. Of course, now I have no way out of this hole. Because they thought that was okay, too. Where if you just happen to take too much damage on your way down there to get that life, you just lose that life instantly, and now I can't get a replacement of it either, because it's just gone. It'll be a crystal now. Because fuck you. And God forbid they give the player any room to move here either. Let's just stick you in with a bouncy ball of death and expect this to go well. Oh, and it respawns too. Of course it does. Like, I apologize for some of the attitude that's going to be coming out at this point, but I'm definitely starting to give in to frustration a little bit here. No. This is trolling that has always existed. Ever since man started creating video games, people have done shit like this. There will always be developers out there that want to do things like this. Always have been, always will be. Which is also why I point out so frequently that that whole thing is not actually as new and interesting as people convince themselves that it is. Make people suffer. That's what it did. Though it did launch many careers, so there was a thing there. Yeah, hang on. I was trying to read that, which is why I split my focus there, but there was just a little bit too much text to try to read as everybody was chiming in at once there. Okay, see, that makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot of sense if this was a learning project, same with Sonic 2. That would explain a lot of inconsistencies. I didn't intend to end up in that hole, just for anybody wondering. That was supposed to hit the block and allow me to go back, forgetting what game I'm playing. Hang on, it doesn't help that I have these goddamn flies in here that just will not go away. Scroll up and read the text, and you will understand exactly the conversation that's happening. You more than likely have more time to read it than I do right now. I want to make sure that this life did in fact never come back. Not that I'm even gonna have a chance to get near it, because why would I think I'm allowed to have anything in this game at this point? Now, I don't want to knock those blocks over again, because that clearly didn't work out in my favor last time. This thing's really just here to be a health bar. Yep, there goes that form yet again. Doesn't matter. Would have been able to use it to break through there, which is why that form exists, but I just cannot hold on to anything this go around, apparently. I don't know why I'm doing so much worse this time, aside from the fact that I'm very clearly quite agitated with this at this point, which is making me play worse. Well, this and the swarm of annoying gnats that will not leave me the fuck alone in this room right now, which are getting worse again, and I do not know why. I thought I got rid of the thing that they were spawning from, but clearly there's more problems to be found with that still. I'm not really sure I wanted this back, but we have this again. I forgot that that's what that led to. I got this mixed up with the other ice stage we went to today that had all of the lives in that lower section. That's what I thought I was going down there for, was all of those lives that I was desperately going to need. You know, let's try going in here. Since we're small, maybe going this way will be better. So it is worth noting that I forgot to turn the timer on. I'm glad nobody called that out at all. I went to check the timer to see there is no hydrate now. Because I do not want people just spamming that and badgering me to drink water when I can take care of drinking water just fine myself. So hang on, I need to remove the time. God damn it. Timing. Hi, Folly. How you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. You're just in time for me realizing a big error occurred, so I need to fix it. Can't believe none of us noticed that the timer wasn't started. So I'm gonna need to add a bit of time for the 2 raids that didn't get their time counted. And I'll also need to adjust for the gift subs earlier that also couldn't have been counted because of the fact that the timer broke and I didn't notice. I I really need to figure out a way to have the timer visible to me on the screen somehow at the same time without taking up even more screen real estate. Well, you also came in when the regular roll of ads was happening, so you would have actually been hit with that, not the pre-rolls. But 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Thank you for the raid, and you're just in time for me to be having to fix my timer, so bear with me if I sound a little aggravated right now. Is I now need to juggle a bunch of things around to try to fix this, and do some math to get things to where they're supposed to be. And I'm mostly just angry at myself because I really should have checked that somewhere in the past 3 hours. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you at least managed to have a good time other than the connection issues. Where the hell is the start time thing again? There it is. Because we should have been down to about an hour based on what we've done so far. Yep, because we had 4:17 when we started. So... I mean, 2 hours is still enough time to have fun, depending on what you were doing. Raids don't give a lot. Subs would have been each. Okay, so we'll just meet in the middle and put it to 2 hours. That's the best close estimate I can do. Why did it just... I hate this thing. I hate this thing so much right now. Why has this timer just completely shit the bed today? It was doing such a good job before, and now it's convinced I want 24 hours. Which is clearly not what I'm asking for. There we go. Stupid goddamn timer. Sorry for all the issues, y'all. It's apparently just gonna be one of those fucking days. Yeah, I've heard good things about South of Midnight. There we go. Now y'all are at least getting the time you're supposed to be getting, instead of almost getting scammed because the damn timer broke. I'm so surprised we had so much less of a problem getting through this stage the first time, and now this has just been a nightmare to get through. Like, at this rate, I may as well just restart the game, because we've lost so many continues so early on that it's probably just not even worth continuing this attempt. In fact, yeah, I think I will actually just go ahead and reset the game here. There we go. This also gives everybody a chance to see the plot of the game so you understand why it is what it is. I'll let this roll right quick. I'm not reading it out again. Short version is new arcade game, got everybody playing it, and then the boss of the game decided to break free and actually turn the game even more brutal and evil than it was, and trapped people in it. And Kid Chameleon takes it on himself to get through it. And there you go. Honestly, that'll probably work well as just an energy reset. Just like clear the frustration, get things back to a positive, and let's just get right back to good things here. Maybe I'll actually remember where that secret was to get the tornado to break out of the part that started the frustration loop that happened. I don't know how I missed it. I felt like I was being more thorough on our way back through here. But I did take a little bit of different routing, so I must have just missed it on said different routing somewhere. And logic denotes it would have been right before that stage, unless you really had to hang on to it for a while. I feel like my clever plan really is not going to be as clever as I think it is. Doing here right now. There we go, got the life. It worked. That's all I wanted out of up there, because the only other thing up there was gonna be another gem. That would not be relevant. And now, you may be thinking, well, you only had 3 continues there. That means you only lost 1, right? No, I had, like, 5. As we built up some along the way, for those that missed the earlier parts of this game. You can actually gain a fair few continues and a fair few lives. You can just also lose them very easily. But ideally, we will gain back enough and not lose them this time. Because there's one specific stage that just started being a really big problem, and then we got to that ice stage that just was icing on the cake, honestly, at that point. But what I was gonna say before the timer was broken was I was gonna remind everybody that once that timer runs out, we're done for the day. That's just it. Because that will be the end of the Donathon, which has been a uproarious success, like far beyond anything I could have hoped for. And that was gonna lead to me making a gratitude statement tied into that, which is still true either way. I've said it before a few times, but I'll keep saying it because it continues to be true, that I'm very grateful to everyone that's bothered to watch the Donathon, anybody that's donated, anybody that's rated, anybody that's done quite literally anything involved in this event this time around. I'm bad at putting into words specific thoughts relating to that, but the general thought remains true. Because quite literally none of this would be happening without y'all. And I'd wanted to get that thought out, both because it's true and I want to keep reminding y'all about that, and as a good vibe reset for the fact that I could tell I was starting to get a little too heated for my own good there. And sometimes just changing what you're talking about can help you reset where your thought process is and just recenter yourself a little bit. So you get out of a bad loop like I was in. Let that be a helpful bit of advice, potentially, to somebody out there. Sometimes just change the topic or change what you're thinking about for a moment, and you might break out of something you were dealing with. Doesn't work for everything, obviously. Some things are a little bit too much for that to work, but it can help. Especially if you're somebody like me that has an unfortunate habit of looping around on a thought a little too long. You're fine. Especially when you're having technical issues like that, it's understandable to end up in that position. And while sometimes you can manage to turn it around, it's a gamble whether it'll turn around or not. Switch forms again. Bust our way through here, though. Did I ever actually go up there? Oh wait, no, yeah, because this is only for extra stuff. So we break through there, grab the stuff that's in here, then go up over there, and proceed with the stage proper. Like, we were in here not that long ago, and I've already forgotten, like, everything. I'll admit, there's a large chunk of autopilot just going into the gameplay here at this point. The first run, I was much more active with the game, and now autopilot has definitely taken on a larger chunk of it. Both so I can focus on what I'm telling you all, and because I'm now on much higher alert towards things like the timer and such that clearly I should have been paying more attention to. But I was assuming everything was working fine since it worked for 4 days without any issues. But I should have known better than to think things were going to stay flawless entirely. We cannot have an event without some form of scuff coming into play at some point. Which at the end of the day, you know, that is what it is. That's how it goes. Get Samurai so we can make these higher jumps a bit easier. Rid of him so he doesn't cause me any problems. I fell for the same stupid thing that shouldn't even be there once again. Which means I can't break through these, which really doesn't matter that much, honestly, because all it does is bring you to right here. I don't even know why they bothered putting that there. Just seems a little silly. There's a few things like that in here, though, that I don't understand the purpose behind. Oh, that's right. The hidden island was this teleporter, wasn't it? Yeah, which I had avoided this because I thought this is what led me to the other place we were. That's why that all went wrong. I remember now. I would love it if my short-term memory would stop shitting itself, but it really is a problem. I think I remember which one had the eye guy. I think it was that one in the middle. Though honestly, the rest of them are just gonna be gems anyway, so let's just leave so I can hold on to this. Is this allows me to basically fly. For anybody that's confused what the... God damn it. Never mind, I lost it anyway because, God forbid, it allow me to move sometimes when I try to. Because I popped that open, forgetting what was in each of those boxes, and then I hammered hard left, and he just kind of stared at me like, you wanted me to what? And then we ended up with this again. Which I really should have just not bothered to open that. But that's why you open these things. There was a continue in that one. Any of them has the potential to have continues and extra lives and things in it, so unless you sit there and commit to memory what's in them, you have to do what I do, which risks losing things you need. It's very frustrating when you just throw away what would have made the most annoying early stage less annoying. Ah well. It won't be that bad getting back through that stage. I just need to stop making stupid mistakes. It is mildly inconvenient, though, that basically meant what we just did was pointless. That aspect of it is frustrating. But that, too, ends up being kind of a it be what it be scenario. Because it's not like I can go back and fix it, because we already are here. No? Right, I forgot that has drills on it, but it's fine. We have 7 lives. Oh, wait, no, don't go into the tank yet, because if we don't go in the tank, we can go this way. Go get the stuff that's under here. I have 1 hit point and I'm doing this, which was clearly a great idea, is these crystals can't be jumped on. And our only attack when we're in regular form is jumping on things, aside from using our gems, which I'd really rather not burn those just dealing with that guy. I forgot that this is full of fireballs that might kill me. Like that! Yeah, exactly like that. Elsewhere. I love that you can be sent to bonus areas where you can also die, by the way. That's wonderful. I love when the ledge grab doesn't ledge grab. It's my favorite thing. I don't know why I don't just cheat the system the other way. That's why you don't do it that way. I really should just climb this properly, but I got away with doing it the first time, so I'm like, I could totally just do this again. It'll work perfectly. Why don't I just do this, though? This is much smarter than the nonsense I was trying to do. Having wasted basically all of the lives we gained. Once again. If there's anything I've proven that I'm good at in this game, it's wasting a lot of lives. Give me back the axe, because I still don't know what the point to having the charger is in this stage, and I just don't care at this point. We're gonna go with what worked, and I'm just gonna not mess with it anymore. Because clearly anything I change is going to just lead to sadness. There we go. You may be wondering why I'm so impatient in this stage in particular. It's because we don't have much time. Like, that timer is all you're getting in this stage, pretty much. So I gotta be quick. And this whole stage is designed to kill your time, so I can't afford to make too many mistakes or screw around in this stage. Because the last time we succeeded, we had like 10 seconds left on the timer. It's particular. Oh, right, I forgot. This was the annoying one. That's the only one that isn't on the last ledge, and now I gotta go use that teleporter over there. Or die. And now we have even lower odds of making it through here without running out of time. Love that for me. You'll notice it also put us further back. This isn't the same one we were at, or just at, I don't think. Which I didn't realize that because we had ended up only using the teleporter the first one before. Because I didn't understand the assignment yet. Come on, where's the platform game? Come on. I can't afford to fuck around and wait for you. I'm so fucked. We're gonna get timer scammed by game design. We can go this way though and it'll be a bit faster. Okay, we made it. I almost got screwed because of where I landed. Of course, now we're going into the Isle of the Lion Lord with 1 hit point. So that's great, but we can immediately get a samurai helmet here, so it's a non-issue. Not really what I wanted, but I guess I have this now. Because as much as this is better for killing the Lion Lords, I would have rather keep the Samurai for mobility at this point. As I'm getting more comfortable with this game. There we go. Doesn't matter. Let me out. Okay, we still got through all of that a lot better than we did before. Starting with a samurai helmet in this stage helps me hopefully not end up in a nightmare loop like we did before. Because for those that weren't here when we did this stage earlier, there's a giant wall of death chasing me. He more or less just off screen. So I need to be fast. That's fine. It's less fine when it eats my jump, though. Because that's this game's favorite snack, is any move I try to make that will save my life. And I don't know why, but I consistently am forgetting that this stage exists. Like, it's not so bad that I'm blotting it out of my memory, either. Because I remember far worse stages than this. For some reason, this game in particular is just such a fucking blur. And I think part of it is today in particular, my brain is just not locked in completely either. Like, that is definitely a factor, I would say. There was the wall there, by the way. That's the death wall I was talking about. Part of the problem being this stupid spring that doesn't always spring. Oh, great, now I'm down here. Wish to be up here because the exit is up high, so I want to be higher up consistently, so I remember that I need to be up here. It's like, you could say, like, oh yeah, you're in the 5th day of an event, but it really hasn't been that draining an event. In particularly. Yeah, I would say. Because we haven't really gone especially long hours most of the time. Longer than usual in some cases, absolutely, but not so long consistently that it should have been making me this tired. So I suppose there is a layer of stress release that happened as we were going along with the event, so maybe that's where the tiredness is coming from. Who knows? And it's not like I don't just go in phases where I randomly get tired somewhat still anyway. I was right there. God forbid this game have any iframes to speak of. And he wasn't dead. He should have been dead because I thought I bounced on him twice, but what do I know about anything at this point? Let's just go this way. Going up there really didn't seem like it benefited me particularly. It benefited me a little, because it put me in a good position until I botched it, but that's neither here nor there. So it's not like there was anything down here in particular either. No, actually, yeah, all going down there does is get me shot. What am I thinking? There's literally no reason for me to repeat that path. If I'm gonna go a low road, I just go this way. And that's what I needed him to break through, is here. God, my brain is so cooked. Again, it shouldn't be, but it is. Take this just for a health bar yet again. I don't know how you're supposed to have room to charge in here. Like, there's just no room. Unless maybe you... Oh, yeah. You charge across. Yeah. Makes sense. Not that this mattered to get anyway. It was just another helmet that was literally in the same hole. That's the thing I don't understand as well, is the amount of times they give you two helmets side by side. It just doesn't make sense. There's no reason to give you two helmets side by side. Because in a lot of cases, the argument can be made, oh yeah, it's so that you can heal if you take damage quickly, but like, there's no enemies in most of those situations. I don't think we've been here yet. Or have I? A bunch of stuff up there. I feel like we have been here, but we got teleported here early by taking that teleporter. Not that it mattered because we're dead again. No, because this is technically elsewhere. Never mind. It's just using the same sounds and such from the Windy City. And it just reminded me a lot of the sewer section that came up right after there. So I thought we somehow got, like, popped right into the area that leads into the sewer. Actually, no, because the entrance to that area is on the right, not the left. Proving once again that my memory decides what it wants to hold on to, and it's not always consistent what it wants to hold on to. No, but we are definitely in Windy City, though. We've been put right into the beginning of Windy City. That was partially correct. I think. Didn't give me a damn nameplate for the area, so No, because this is different. I don't know why I'm trying to make sense of anything anymore. I'm just actually frustrating myself because I keep thinking I'm right about something and then being wrong about it, and I'm just looping over and over again now. And it's just completely needless frustration. And I could have healed by grabbing the mask that's up there, and I know that. But I'm trying to keep the mobility this time and see if it benefits me to have this. We're probably gonna lose it anyway. Oh, these are all gems. We know that. We learned that before. Of course, that's the downside of the samurai, is how slidey he is because he's faster than everybody else. I wanted to check for secrets up here. We know that's a slope that leads back down. There's really nothing up here, huh? Okay, that seemed like the perfect place to hide something. Is that why the sign said run? Was because you could... Yeah, I guess a running jump takes you over a lot of things there. Okay. Yeah, that was a shortcut, 100%. There goes the armor, but that's okay. There's a replacement armor right here. Not that you can use its attack at all, because they make you bounce right there. Which I didn't put two and two together on that till now, that's exactly why that's a whole line of bounce pads, is so you can't attack. And now we're back in this hellhole. One hit lost. Let's go ahead and just activate this preemptively. Oh, of course, don't track him enough to chase him down and get rid of him, no. That's the one I wanted gone, though, the one that was gonna stop me from getting this extra life. And I thought they were the same one, is why I was annoyed about that. But now we're clear. We got the extra life, we got through there without dying. Look at me actually using my tools. And we'll hopefully get this extra life without screwing it up immediately this time. There we go. That's what I tried to do last time, but my hands just fumbled like every move I tried to make involved with that idea. Okay, so coming up here seems to be what the trigger was for that. I thought it was just going to the right at all that triggered the snowfall. It seems like it's partially just going to the right and partially doing it up there. It's weird. But how did me hitting him cause him to grab me? Come on now. Oh, and he died after he let go, too. Like, so he did get hit. Just counted as him grabbing anyway for some reason. Good game design. A good game design. Fuck's sake, there really is just no power-ups here, huh? I really feel like there's just... Yeah, because we need the charger to get through there, and I can't break down through here to go anywhere. So I have to get across all of that crap up there on one hit. There's no way this is gonna work out. Ain't no way. Yeah, see? Just dies immediately. I could have gone underneath, but the odds of me getting hit by any of the bouncing fireballs instead were too high. I didn't trust that idea. Yeah, there's a charger up here, so maybe I should just grab this ahead of time. But when I break these, I'm pretty sure, yeah, I end up in this position. Which I technically can break through completely, I guess. See, I forgot about the fact that I do short charges by... do short charges by not holding the run button. So I keep... Since he charges, my brain automatically thinks I need to run in order to get him to go and activate charging mode, because that just makes sense. Especially with the way the rest of this game plays with momentum. At least this way we can just get out of this stage this way and not have to deal with the other path at all. We lost some lives here still, but we still have 4 continues and we're past some of the worst ones. I say some of the worst ones because there's definitely plenty of garbage left. Not really sure why he didn't jump there. Oh, the enemy that was there. Huh? The enemy that was there was gone, and I just did not get the jump I expected, so everything just went wrong all at once there. Falling apart again, and it's a problem. Yeah, don't let the pressure get to you. Come on. Oh, you'll jump up on that one, but you won't jump up on the other one. Okay, sure. Whatever. I think there was also a life up there, wasn't there? No. All the lives are down in the hole then. Okay, again, all of this has just kind of disappeared. So, arguably going down this way is irrelevant to this part. Because all going down there does for you is get you over here with a little bit more certainty. Because all the goodies are in here. That life. And there went that life too. Which means that continue is also going to be gone. Hate this so much sometimes. Because the thing is, that was my own fault. That was just bad timing. But it's also on the game because they put those in such a bad position. Obviously on purpose. Why do they sometimes die in wood and hit, sometimes they die in two? I don't understand. I'm going back down here purely to verify what I claimed about the continue being gone, even though we didn't pick it up. Because we had a life disappear under those circumstances, so I'm assuming continues operate under the same rules. But I need to make sure. Yeah, see, it is gone. Great. So that entire benefit down there is just gone. And I don't think there was anything else good under here, was there? No, there were lives under here. Okay. I remember there being multiple lives, I just couldn't remember exactly the location of all of them. The answer was more of them were in this part than the part we failed, so it's fine. We just lost the continue, which is more painful, but it's okay. The amount of fucking drills they put all over the damn place really gets old fast. I feel like before the... I screwed up with that one. That was on me. Because I got a little bit panicked there, so I jumped preemptively, and I shouldn't have. Because I got caught in the middle of my thought when I happened to fall down that hole, so synapses didn't fire properly. Yeah, I assume that the boss of the game taking over and turning everything extra bad is why there's so many of those drills everywhere. Those probably used to be regular platforms before he took over. And he just added drills to them to make the game less fair, so he can keep people. That's what I was trying to say before fuckery ensued. help that I'm constantly distracted by these goddamn flies. The species of which I really am starting to wish could be purged from this universe. Why did I do that again? I knew that is how that ends because we've done that before. I really should just stop trying to get extra shit out of the stage and just get the hell out of here. We would gain so much more by trying not to gain things on this stage. We established this lesson last time, and yet I, for some reason, convinced myself that it's worth trying again. Even though it very clearly isn't. I forget if this was worth it or not. I feel like I was disappointed by this last time. But I've also been disappointed by a lot of the rewards in this game, so we shall see. Yep, that's why I was disappointed. I remember now, because it was all gems and just one time clock. But again, I really shouldn't have expected much of anything considering we got all those lives earlier in the stage. But I suppose I should be happy I'm at least making progress again. Such as you can call this progress. We're back in that situation of like, well, I'm just treading over old ground again in order to make any actual progress. Remember, there's rewards over here. I don't recall what was over here. I remember that there was a whole long tunnel that led to stuff over here. Pretty sure this is another one that wasn't that impressive, but it's over here, so I'm gonna grab it. And who knows, maybe I'll actually remember to use these gems to protect myself at some point. This was one of the ones where the corners didn't actually have anything for some reason. I do kind of wish this wouldn't just stop charging on impact with one of these breakable bricks. That would be a nice quality of life thing for them to add in a remake if one does actually ever happen. Just because it flows a lot better. I don't think it would even be that beneficial mechanically overall. It would just be nice. I don't really think I have any other paths, so this way. Since we know there's a bunch of time clocks in here, I'm more actively checking for things. And obviously, that teleporter leads us to the other end of this jumping segment here. But I'm actually gonna do the jumping segment because we got stuff along the way up. Primarily, though, I think it was mostly time clocks and helmets. I'm just making sure there wasn't, like, any lives or anything along the way up here. Even though I am freely admitting right now that I know I'm setting myself up for frustration climbing this again. I just want to say right now that I know what I'm getting myself into. So when the inevitable "why did I do this" comes up, remind me that I decided to be stupid. And that's why this happened. Okay, we at least have the big attack ability back. Okay, now we're back to where we would have gotten teleported to anyway. So no, it wasn't actually worth anything to go that way. I just gaslit myself again, which that's nothing new. I think this was a helmet? No, it was just a gem. Teleport me. Is the advantage of teleporting is it resummons all the blocks. So I'm hoping to get a helmet back this way. As soon as I remember which one of these had helmets. Block, that's helpful. Not really what I'm looking for right now, though. Oh, we're all the way back at the bottom, which there's a helmet right here, so that'll work. And we resummon the teleporter. We just teleport back up to the top again and pretend none of this happened. Isn't a shocking bit of kindness by this game. They actually make sure that you are covered both in health and time for this section. And I'm now starting to wonder something, actually. I wonder if these levels were designed by different people. Is that what explains some of the chaotic nature of this game and the fact that some of its design doesn't make any sense? Curiosity got the better of me there, I'll be honest. Let's just do the same thing again. Let's just go back, get a helmet again. Sorry, this is taking extra time, but it would be much the same if I died, really, so. It is what it is and all of that. Didn't get to do as fun of physics there, but it's fine. At least there's no blocks in the way there now, so technically there was a benefit to that. I was just hoping there'd be like a hidden item over there or something, because that again felt like the perfect place to put a hidden item. But to finish that thought, though, if multiple level designers were involved in this game, and multiple of them had different design philosophies, that would explain so much about the amount of variety in this game. Okay, this does just take me back to there. Okay. Since I wasn't standing on that pad when I arrived, I wasn't sure if that was going to be leading me back, or if they just wanted me to think that that was going to lead me back. As absurd as that may sound. Because, you know, that's just what they want you to think is usually reserved for conspiracy theories and nonsense like that. Or layered thinking of, like, that's what I wanted them to think that I thought, and just start going foaming at the mouth a few minutes later. You're gonna go all the way over here now that you don't run into the other drill? Or, come here. Come on. Come on, stupid drill. Perish. Okay. Get even more time. It's like, that would explain so much about the split in generosity between stages like this and stages later where there's like no time clocks, no anything anywhere. Like just two different people. Like it doesn't even have to be more than two people. Just two different people would already make a very significant swing in your stage design if they were designing stages separately. Like, that would genuinely make so much sense for the way this is. And a lot of games do have multiple level designers, but I believe usually they work together, not separately. Probably to avoid the exact thing I'm talking about, where the level design overall starts getting too confused. And no longer fits together anymore. I believe this was another one that disappointed me when I jumped up there, wasn't it? Also, I seem to be failing to make this jump now, and I don't really know why. Why can't I make this jump now? There it goes. This was just all gems. Oops, all gems. But, you know, hooray, 69 gems and all that, but I would rather have more lives. Yeah, that thing was nowhere near the right position for me to use to get up there. Of course, now that makes me wonder, did they genuinely expect you to, like, keep the tornado or something to be able to get to that spot? In which case, you would have had to have held on to the tornado for a while. But it would also explain a situation like this. Though, actually, the fly would have done it too. It's not just the tornado that would have reached there. But the point still stands. That would involve holding onto it for a fair amount of time without managing to lose it somewhere or to something. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yep. I don't know why I thought about trying to launch myself higher there, or again. Stubbornness, probably? Yeah, stubbornness, mostly. Convincing myself that some of those options are actually possible. Now. Completely unhelpful notifications happening, hang on. Now my phone's having a moment, because it hates doing anything at this point. If I ask it to do more than a thing at a time, it starts losing its mind. One day I will replace it. One day. That day is not anytime soon, because it still works. I really don't use it for that much, so there's not really a lot of reason to bother. Honk. I feel like we took this teleport last time. Yeah, and it put me up here. Which that's the place I was talking about when I said there was a spot where I was forced to use the charger's ability to break through iron. And then it got all cloudy and scary here. Boy. I forget which way we went when we were up here before. I feel like we went to the right instead of going down, so let's try going down. Wanted to work up a charge to run this guy over like that. Hello. Huh. Okay, so I guess there's gonna be another way to get to that block from underneath there too then. Oh, there's no way out of this. Why would you do that? Come on. Why not just have that be a death pit at that point? Like, there's no point in just having you sit there and go like, well, guess I'm fucked in there. Like, technically, yes, you could have potentially grabbed the ledge and gotten out, but the odds of you managing to pull that off are very low. Especially with the way the game starts having issues when you start taking damage. Which that might just be like an emulation / BizHawk issue. I would not be surprised if that ends up being proven out to be the case. Which I do want to remind everybody again, this is emulated, so if you are seeing things that don't normally happen in your copy of the game, that might be why. There we go, I did manage to recover. I was literally looking for those blocks, too. It just happened to catch me in the exact wrong spot. A lot of fly suits down here. One down here and one in the other spot. I'm supposed to follow him. That's what this is for. I can go up here and get these. I had a feeling that was gonna be a life, and I feel like I need to explain something. Because what just happened there's not gonna make any sense otherwise. The second you press a direction away from the wall, which you kind of have to do in order to get any air control once you jump off the wall, he will immediately release from the wall. So what happened there is I was pressing right before I was jumping, so I would just fall over and over again. Just so it's understood what went wrong there, instead of it just being a matter of, oh, he's just being a jackass. Like, well, you're technically right. That was entirely me just fumbling. But there was extra layers to the fumble there. Hey there, Yura. How was your stream? What were you up to? Hopefully y'all have been having a grand time. We've been just kind of beating our head against the wall here with Kid Chameleon. Kid Chameleon here turns into a lot of people. Yeah, I know the feeling there. That's what I was supposed to do today, and then I realized I owed 4 games for before Christmas, so it's like, well, gonna have to fit those in, so plans changed. Let's not get sabotaged by this platform this time. There we go. We will follow up on the rest of that after the ads are done, because y'all came in partway through them. They'll be over here in a second. Let's just see about getting this extra life without this time. Oh right, it already was gone. I forgot about that again. Oh, there was just nothing in either of them anymore. Did I hit the other one and die? I thought I only hit one of them. Well, it doesn't matter, I guess, because the game has decided there's not going to be anything in either of those. Yeah, no, welcome to Kid Chameleon. Everything in this game is mean. I would not be surprised if the people that made things like I Want to Be the Guy grew up on this, and that's where they learned their craft from. Because honestly, this game loves to pull the rug out from under you. in new and unique ways. I don't know why you can't get a charge going on those slopes. He is just being a coward on those slopes. You know, sometimes I feel like that would actually make me happier. Or if I'm honest. I have a certain amount of spite built up to our character at this point, which him exploding into a puddle of blood would be somewhat satisfying towards. Yeah, see, those are still gone even after I continue. That's what I was proving again. Oh, and you turn around in here. You don't even go all the way through, you absolute bastard. Oh, that is disgusting. Absolute bastard, man. Like, I figured it would at least provide me with a shortcut, but no. It just provides you with pain. That's fucked, man. That would be because it is. This is Kid Chameleon for the Genesis. You can also tell by the pain and misery it inflicts on its player. Oh, we're almost out of time in the stage. Yes, that is exactly what I mean. I don't remember where the end of the stage is, but hopefully it's close. There it is. But I can't get to it. I need a helmet. Give. Escape. Yep, the entire game is timed. Every stage in the game is timed. Just most stages you find a lot of clocks in. That one I didn't. There's always that timer in the top left there. This game is brutal. Speaking of timer... Okay, the timer is still working right now. Making sure it hadn't broken again. We have an hour left of the Donathon. Yeah, no, it would be harder to see on that stage, absolutely. That stage in particular would be a little rough for that. Meet the first boss. 3 heads on an arrow that spit at you. It's also the only boss we've encountered so far. And it just yells die at you a lot. Try to use up this samurai suit before I go for the only ranged attack we have in this area. Well. Yeah, best not to think about it too hard. Yeah, that is one of the many forms you can take. And he throws axes, which is the only real ranged attack we have for the most part. The other one being a tank, which is another thing that if you think about it too much, might not be great. And that'll very much be an if you know, you know scenario with that one. I will not be explaining. There we go, there's another one. pay no mind to the fact that their eyes are flying out of their heads. It's fine. Next samurai. Oh yeah, did I mention that the hitboxes are kind of a suggestion sometimes? Like the fact that I just fell right through his head there even though I was doing my down stab that's supposed to let me hit him? Yeah. There he goes. Great success. There should be a flag down there now. We also have the knight, which, despite being a knight, his whole thing is he can climb. I thought there was another samurai suit somewhere. I was gonna try to grab one with full health again before I left, but I guess we'll be the knight, who has no attacks. It sure is a game of all time. And I don't hate it, but it has definitely been twisting me a bit, which kind of has been leading to some frustration. Like, I'm mostly giving it hell at this point because it's the only means of attacking back I have. There we go, there's another extra life. And the amount of extra lives and such they've scattered around is one of the things that actually helps me say that this isn't a bad game. Is they designed this to be brutal, but they also threw around enough extra lives and continues that you can actually make more headway in this game than a lot of other retro games. And that's a screwed up thing to say. It's true. Like, in its own weird way, this game is a lot fairer than some. From its era, and that's the weird thing. Just also such a fever dream of a game that it's also a lot harder to hate it because of that as well. Oh yeah, and then those guys exist too. They just go ha 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 and then start hopping around trying to kill you. They're kind of like slightly more annoying flea men, and that's impressive in its own right that they managed to be more annoying than flea men from Castlevania. But they're functionally the same as they hop around and try to bite you to death. And they are, of course, very small. Oh, I didn't mean to fall on the flag. I actually wanted to go for that teleporter. But I forgot that the flag was directly underneath me there. I was hoping there'd be a bounce pad to jump back up after I discovered that teleporter, because I didn't want to be here. This stage sucks. You see that right there? That's the exit of the stage. You'll notice I can't get to it. Now, you might start to put two and two together about why this stage is a problem. And you'll notice that wall goes all the way up. You can't go around it. The only way you'd be able to go is to go through it. But I'm gonna try to go over it anyway to see if it'll let me go over the top of the screen right quick, just for sake of argument. Nope. Because that was the one move I could see being able to do to bypass this stage being a pain in the ass. So the only other move I would have is if I had the guy that can charge and break through blocks. Which I would have had to have brought with me to here, which I don't think would have been physically possible, because I don't think he can hurt the arrow boss, and I don't think we saw a copy of his helmet anywhere in the previous stage. They've been good about that with this game. They've thought of a lot of things. The main thing you can do to get around anything in this game, as we've been told, is bring helmets from other stages through. That's the only real move you've got to break things, for the most part. Which I demonstrated that earlier when I had the tornado helmet that lets me just fly. That breaks things, as you might imagine. Like, level design? Nah, I can fly. Fuck your level design. Forgetting that I can't actually reach that one well enough to stomp on it, because you need a little bit of height to stomp. And it's tucked in there just right to make landing on it for that a nightmare. And I'm willing to bet that's where anything good in this area is. And I think it may specifically be placed like that, though, to bait you into doing exactly what I did there, because you'll notice we only have 30 seconds left. I gotta get to stepping, and I'm probably not gonna make it, because I have to go through this whole rigmarole over here to circle around to where that flag was. Or I'll just get crushed as it's going up. That's a thing that can happen. That's actually the first time I've had that happen. That's a new one. Don't you love it when new bad things happen instead of an old bad thing? What an improvement. I'm just gonna disregard like half this stage now, because we've learned again that all of those are gems. The gems are good for activating special moves that I never remember to use, so I'm just gonna disregard them for sake of having a lot more time available. Now, if you enjoy watching somebody suffer, though, we've got quite a bit of suffering lined up from the things people have requested by donating. So if any of y'all out there aren't already following and are interested in watching me suffer, you may want to follow, because there's gonna be a lot happening. As it stands, I owe all 3 Dark Souls, I owe Hollow Knight, I owe finishing the main 3 Sonic games, I owe Mario 1 and 2, which those aren't going to be that bad. Finishing Mario 1's going to be a pain, but it's not going to be horrendous. I owe Donkey Kong Country 1, Final Fantasy 1 through 4, because that got a little out of control, but you know, that's what I get for allowing that. Hades 1 and Little Nightmares 1. I think that's everything that I owe. I think I actually remembered the list this time. Yeah. They will eventually happen. That has been made clear that this is not going to be a fast process. They're not very final when there's 4 of them, but you know. It's not that bad. There are far worse things I could have ended up having people pick, and I'm not gonna say them because people still have the power to pick things, and the second I say aloud what the worst thing would be, people would actually immediately pick it, and I know that. Since people do still have access to free choices right now from previous donations. I am not going to curse myself by mentioning the name of the specific things I was the most concerned about people picking. Though one of them did get picked. Specifically, I was expecting and very concerned about the idea of ending up stuck doing all of Dark Souls, and well, here we are, having to do all of Dark Souls at some point. That was not the one I dreaded the most out of the ones I'm willing to allow. And perhaps when the timer runs out, I will reveal what that was. But I will not reveal it now. And people are more than welcome to call me a coward for that, but I have to preserve some sanity. Besides, if having a thought out there like that encourages people to actually use up those free choices, which anyone can ask for any one game added to any series, as long as it's part of a series. But everybody only gets one choice. You only get one for free up till at 7 that is on screen there. Beyond that, people gotta pay for them again. And the only blocker on that is you have to have not already made a choice. Then the only things that are not allowed choice-wise is no Undertale, Deltarune, and no Kingdom Hearts. That's it. You can pick anything else as long as it's part of a series. And obviously, if it's something I've done before, then we will skip to the next one in line. Because we will not be repeating things here. So far, nobody's asked for anything that has already been completed. I was honestly concerned there would be more people asking for, say, Metroid or other things that I've done more of the series of. Yeah, I was screwed on that one anyway. And actually, thinking about the whole there's 16 Final Fantasies thing, there's technically more than that, if you count all the side games. Like the 3 Tactics games, the 2 Crystal Chronicles, etc., etc. There's just only 16 numbered ones. Forgetting I can just chop these flames is somehow that works. Which I guess is kind of similar to the whole trick where somebody will like swing a sword and put out a candle. Part the vacuum of air going through, part cutting the wick, depending on which trick somebody's doing. It's eating my jump because it's very particular about when to jump to get through these holes. I hate this section so much. Just think, if they'd given me like the knight or something, this would be so much less of a pain, which is exactly why you're not allowed to have that here. Thing is, I'm trying not to be too far to the edge, so toward the center rather, so I don't end up falling all the way down like I just did there. But if you do that, you end up hitting your head on the goddamn next block instead. This stage is such trash. Like, all they would have to have done was desync the timing on these even by a frame, and this would be so much more reasonable to do. Instead of having to... Is for those that don't understand the problem here, you have to jump the split second that the block under you disappears, because it does not have any kind of grace to the jumping. So the second you are a frame late, the block's gonna be gone, you're gonna fall, you will have no control. That's exactly how this works. A lot of games have what is usually referred to as coyote jumping, where you can actually step off of a platform, be in the air for a frame or so, and then still jump. This has no such thing. There is not even a single hint of grace there. Actually, wasn't this where the teleporter was? It was. Let's go this way instead this time. Look at these two. They're just having a great time. Just spinning. Loop-de-loop-de-loop-de-loop-de-loop-de-loop-de. Die. I don't know if I wanted to go... Oh, there's a teleporter up here. Sure, you know what? Why not? Did it put me back? No, it put me in the next part. You know, I don't think that's better, but I'll take what I can get. So we at least know where to go and what to do in here. And when you know what to do in here, the stage is not actually terrible, it's just not cool. Because you can skip through a lot of the stage by just dropping down like I did there. And also netted me a continue, which is helpful. Now, if this idiot kid would grab that ledge and actually make headway, that would be incredibly helpful. Why won't you grab the ledge now? You've done it so many other times. Like, see, he does it just fine on that one. I think I'm ending up just, like, a single pixel too low, but I can't get any momentum on the ice. What the hell am I supposed to do here? I guess... Well, I guess that's the choice, is I die. If I had any abilities right now, I probably would be able to just go around some of these problems as well, but I don't. Now I gotta do this properly. Ooh, I really thought I was gonna get crushed there. Okay, yeah, I actually want to drop down through there. Underneath this. I'm remembering what I did when I was here last time. Yeah, then you jump over this one. Clear of that. I think we do it again here? We don't drop down... Oh, well, I guess I'm down here. Because now I'm back in the hole I was in. But I still have this block, so I can hopefully, yeah, get the high enough jump. There we go. Past the crusher. And now we're in the part we needed to be in. Thing is, I grabbed tornado somewhere when I was here last, and I don't remember where it was. And I only just remembered that I had tornado in there to bypass all of that fuckery down at the bottom. Wait. Ah, that's where tornado was. Because for those who've come in late, what tornado does is lets you do this. You can just fly around basically for free. It's delightful. You know, till you get crushed randomly. Because all of those blocks have ice physics, so good luck getting enough momentum to get through those holes consistently. Unfortunately, I can't really break any of these blocks with any consistency either. Because the only way I can break them is from underneath. In this form. And this is why I was talking about the fact that the camera moves on you when you're crawling is a problem. Because it just fucks you over that way. Okay. Making sure nothing else had broken. I'm paranoid now because of all the things that broke before. I know I threw away a life. I don't really care. That life's gonna cost me later, and I'm kind of hitting a point where I'm a little bit over it, I'll be honest with you. So this is arguably a better position to be in than the frustrated position I was in on the previous attempt. What? So you're telling me that while the block is heading up, if I touch it as I'm standing up, I will be counted as being crushed. I wonder how many of these people still had jobs after this game. Yeah, that is starting to become a genuine question. Then again, it was mentioned that this was part of a technical institute, so they might not have necessarily had jobs. They may have been more like interns, since they would arguably be students if it was from a technical institute. I said new. Alright, this is another one that I have to get up and over. Which is gonna make all this slippery bullshit here much more of a nuisance again. There we go. Through here before the crusher comes back. Knock these guys apart. And then just fly away from my problems. Can't have problems if they can't touch me. There we go. And that's why Tornado is so good. Because you can just fly through stages. Just disregarding all problems. This stage included. There is no stage, there is only flying. Da 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 dee 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 dee. Da 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 dee dee da 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 da. Ta-da! Under 48 seconds! Hooray! Like, part of me genuinely wonders if Tornado was put in as, like, a dev power. So they could just get through stages. Because look at this. Just hop right up here and leave this stage. Just gone. Done. Because I don't think this game has passwords. Extra life. So this might have been like a way for them to just cheese through stages faster so that they would test later stages easier. You know what? I think I can actually get through this stage with Tornado as well, rather than using the hoverboard that they give you. I don't know if I can enter from up here at all or not. We have infinite flight, so technically we can do anything that the hoverboard can do. Just differently. But I don't remember if this counts as an attack or not. Not enough of one to get through these guys, so I'm gonna have to grab the hoverboard anyway. Just so I can tank that hit, basically. Another hoverboard. On the bright side, when you know where you're going in this stage, the stage is quite quick to get through. Unless that happens, but you know. That's basically every stage. That's quite quick unless you get fucked. Like one more enemy? No, there isn't. Okay, we're out of here. There was a drill, though, waiting to kill me. We're almost back to where we failed before. Not that I'm looking forward to being back there at all, but I am happy to be making progress. Back to fly form. Take that guy out. Ow. Losing so much health so quick. Speaking of flies, I said the word fly and then a bunch of those little buzzy bastards came back. Like, ooh, you said our name? Hello? Almost fell off. You can also crawl through here, as I demonstrated with the Axeman before, but I figured since the bee was right there, I may as well use it. It's also good for dealing with some of the bad positioning issues. Oh, great. I'm back down to 1 hit point. Never mind, we're fine. No longer down to 1 hit point. I don't think any of these had a life in them, but this would be the only one left that might. Problem is, sliding. Okay, this was time. This was good. Time is useful. Yeah, at the end of the day, all that path does is bring you here a little quicker. While also giving you a health refill and time. Which, arguably, you wouldn't even need the health refill if you didn't go that way. Depending on how things went for you. This just has gems in it, we learned that last time. I really would have figured they would have hidden an extra life or something in one of the corners in here or something, but no. No such luck. We'll just get out of here. Back to Mad Maze Mountain. Which I seem to recall was not that much of a maze. But we didn't go this way. I think we went the other way before. Back to fly form. Okay. Nice, extra life. I was hoping that that would have one. Wasn't really banking on it at this rate, but injury. Oh, fuck's sake. The box over there has potential. Nope, just a gem. Yeah, we went through this path over here last time. The path that just got all of my enemies shot. Right, there's fire on the floor. That all got cleared out, so I guess let's just go ahead and go that way. We could take the flying thing up instead, but... In fact, actually, just climb this one this time. Let's use our abilities to our advantage instead of trying to just platform like a silly person would. Oh, there is a box up there. There might actually be something of value in there. Well, debatable value. Get away from him. Oh, now you're stuck under. Later, sucker. Don't need to deal with you, so I'm not gonna. Except my jumps aren't jumping the way I need them to. That's what I needed to do. Just wasn't taking. There's 3 of them stacked up in that spot. I just want people to take a moment and acknowledge the fact that there was 3 of them stacked on a tile there. Oh. What? So they just made a little pit for you to fall in there. Okay, sure. Fucking rude. Yeah, see, Mad Maze Mountain, not so bad. Not so maze-like either. The deadly skyscrapers, where we failed out before, so don't be surprised if I fall to my death a dozen times again and get nowhere fast. Especially when I forget where the platforms are, because there's a bit of blind jumping to this stage. And you might be wondering, why are you rushing so much? That storm cloud right there is gonna fuck me up. Because he shoots really fast. You might be wondering, why don't you go up here? Just in case anybody didn't know, all that's up here is 2 gems. Because we checked all of this before. Except apparently I missed that corner when I was up here before. I fucking hate past me. Past me is useless. Every time I think past me's checked something properly, I find something. Anyway, I guess we're gonna make progress instead now. This is why you never give up hope. What the fuck is this? It's really all gonna just be gems. It's really all gonna be gems. So I got hurt for nothing. Okay. Why are there gems raining from the... What the fuck is happening here? Oh, the ability I activated. It's actually doing something. I didn't know what the 20 ability was. Turns out it's raining gems from the sky. Okay, we'd gotten here before and I died here. And I'm still gonna die here. Right. I think the problem we ran into is there was just, like, no power-ups in here for some reason. Which I suppose it wouldn't be very deadly skyscrapers if they gave you power-ups. Oh, of course, the fucking box was there. Where it knocks you down the hole trying to grab it. There we go. Now we've at least got something to work with. Something to protect myself with. This is a game changer for this area. We actually made it through deadly skyscrapers. I can't believe it. Admittedly, all because we found a tornado. Sky Dragon Castle 1. Same icon that they used for elsewhere as well. Tornado again. Okay, sure. Say less. So then again, it is Sky Dragon Castle. I suppose tornado would be kind of expected in here. Because this looks like it's gonna be a lot of verticality. Anything good in here, though? Nope. It's gems. Tunneling, tunneling, tunneling. I wanted to see these. These were up in a corner. Really? Really? It's gems, huh? Nothing else? Nothing else over here? Okay. Tried. Well, at least that looked cool. You have to be above your opponents for that to do anything. Because it counts the same as you jumping on them, I guess. Not the way I wanted to go. I wanted to kind of ride the line there, but the regular blocks you break through too fast. Nothing. Okay. How about any of these? Yeah, you know, I should have known that none of those were going to be anything good because they weren't hanging over a death pit or anything. At this point, that seems to be about the only way to give you anything good, is if you have to die for it. Well, there went Tornado. Oh my god. So, Tornado is necessary. Tornado is required. You do not have Tornado, you die. That's what I've learned. Thankfully, it's fast to get back here. So apparently, getting hit also broke my Tornado for a moment. Well, either way, we're out of this stage. Making progress again. Sky Dragon Castle 2. So now that we've finally started making progress, we have 24 minutes left to potentially make something happen here. Nice. Stop. Oh great, I just get shot right out of the air immediately. And then I missed the jump, too. The second I lose my tempo, it's just like all over. Okay, got a fresh Tornado. Bye! Oh wow, they put so much shit up here in the air. Because they know you're going to have Tornado here, so it's like, nope. No easy shenanigans for you this time. But I think, yeah, I was gonna say I think this might be required, but maybe it isn't. None of that was worth anything. There we go. Wanted him gone so he didn't just shoot me. Gems. And nothing. Well, I'm gonna take this teleporter, I guess, because that's what I got to work with right now. Where the hell am I now? Oh, neat. An area with lots of boxes. Oh, there's night helmets to watch out for in here. Okay. I don't particularly want one of them right now. Well, that's a fresh Tornado. I want that. Just gonna have to drop all the way back down to get it, though. Because that's an extra hit point. And boy, do I need every hit point I can get right now. Of course, now that I got that fresh Tornado, I'm sure I'm gonna lose it somehow. I will say, this is very satisfying to use, and it's actually, like, surprisingly easy to be precise with. You have, like, a surprising degree of control over your height, since it is purely dependent on your mashing speed. Really? None of that was anything like an extra life or anything. Admittedly, we do need the knight, I think, to get out of this stage, unfortunately. So, I probably should have, you know, taken the one that was up there. But instead, we're gonna have to do this. Thankfully, we had good timing with when we went through, so it was actually not that bad at all. But no more Tornado shenanigans for us until we find another one. But now we're back here? What is happening here? We're just going on a weird world tour right now. Extra time, okay. Ah, that's why there's a disappearing, reappearing block there. Aha! That's where the continue was. Okay. I think this is actually a path if you were Flyman, but I'm not Flyman. I'm not so fly. Boing, 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 boing. Boing, 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 boing. Ow. Okay. Quite an involved stage here, I gotta say. Being something we just kind of randomly teleported into. There goes that walking killer whale. Just a gem. Just a gem. I swear the one I missed is gonna be the one that had a life in it. How it always works, we know this. Oh, bye. Oh no, he's bouncing. Ow. Turns out I needed to go down the hole, though. That was almost really bad. There's the exit. Hiya! That was almost a disaster even after the hiya. Boomerang bosses. Second boss? Oh, there's a samurai suit. Okay. There's a well here, but let's not drop down the well. Oh, no, I have to drop down the well. Perhaps there's something up. Just gonna keep bouncing. Dang it. Oh, there's 3 of them again. Okay. Why did I jump into that? Well, we have lots of continues, and we now know what we're fighting here, so won't be too bad. What I want to do is just sit here and do this. Like, just start that process a little earlier this time and with more health. Yeah, because you just shred one of them immediately. Look at that. I don't know why they're flying around spitting boomerangs, though. That's a little weird. Now's my opening to go get a new attack. That's right, you can't attack me when I have a ranged attack. I can just destroy your projectiles. I can literally just sit here and win. As long as they don't shoot at just the right angle to hit me without me being able to hit it. But you get the point. Come on. Face your demise. There we go. Now it's just one-on-one. Got plenty of time to wait for him to come back up, too, so we're just gonna chill here. It continues to confuse and amuse me that in so many of these games, the bosses are easier than just getting to the bosses. So he's changed his pattern up. No, not anymore. He did it for a moment, and then he went back to the same just get hit with axes pattern. There we go. Grab the time, which is why I wasn't worried about it. I assume the flag appeared down here somewhere. No, it's up there. And I think we all know that going down into the hole there would have been a death trap. Because you would have just been in an area flooded with boomerangs, and it would have just been a terrible situation for you. Woods of Despair. Well, I'm despairing already. Oh, never mind, we're fine. Admittedly, I said that at first because I thought that was the hoverboard. I was less upset about the guy who reveals invisible blocks. I wasn't exactly happy to see him either. I'm much happier to get the samurai, since he allows me to cover ground fast. 2 down so far, yeah. And I am happy that it's only taken 2 tries to get to this point, that we are almost out of time. So I don't think I'm going to be finishing this. I would be willing to consider the idea of finishing it in the future, but we shall see about that probably after I fulfill all the other things. As I said, I don't hate this game. It hates me. I don't hate this game. Back off and just wait for it to respawn. There we go. Get up there, damn you! Okay, this is the halfway point. I was wondering how far along this was. I had a feeling it wasn't as far as I would like it to be. Thank you. Yep. Why did that one come flying back with such a vengeance like that? That was absurd. Okay. Samurai back. I hate that these keep surviving getting slashed. Very upsetting. I'm noticing that, yeah. In among all of the other or slightly weird things, those fireballs definitely just kind of do what they want in some places. And my jump got eaten again. I love when hitboxes are just a suggestion. My favorite. Okay, that was just a bunch of gems. With how awkward the placement there was, I was hoping for something more, but I'll take what I can get. Why did it... Why did it just kind of freeze there? Just didn't want to move. Huh. Let go of me. Oh, yeah. Oh, interesting. This guy's down here, too. Okay. Fuck's sake. So glad I came down here again, only to die. Give me back my sword. I wish to wreak vengeance upon my problems. This fucking thing is always in the worst position, though. I cannot get an angle to attack it. I thought that fireball was another step higher. That's why I didn't get ready to dodge yet. And lo and behold, there he was. Right where I was going. feel like in base form, it's gonna take me too long to get up those for them not to despawn before I get up there. At least not with any consistency. Yeah, see, I get to the last step and I just fall through it. I think I can just turn around and go for the other one, though. You know, if this idiot will ever do a proper jump again. I'm holding the run button and running. Why are you not jumping properly? Then again, maybe. Just maybe. No, I don't quite get enough height. It's close, but not quite. It would technically save me a bit of time on the first jump, I think, to do it that way, but I don't think it's worth it. I'm not even sure doing this at all is worth it, if I'm honest. But here we are doing this anyway. As I get concussed again. Like, these bounce blocks also have some very odd jank to them. Could you fucking not? God, you have no time to do that. That is just not worth it without some form of movement upgrade. Trying to do that with just base form is just miserable. Not that this is great either, particularly, but, you know. You make do where you can. Oh, wait. Great. Great, I'm overjoyed about having one gem. And I know, if I remembered to use them more, I probably would have saved some of my lives. But almost every time I get just a single gem, it's when I need something else. Oh good, I'm gonna run out of time in this stage instead. Because, you know, God forbid I get a clock either. Yep, ain't shit up there. Ain't shit anywhere. Yeah. That's what I was about to say, but I held my tongue on it because I'm like, it's pretty obvious already. I don't think I need to tell anybody that one. Alright. Let's go this way, but with the samurai this time. Instead of trying to go the potentially faster way. So we're more likely to be able to just get right up through here, as I already have. Let's see what's in these. Oh! We were literally a jump away from getting health. Not that it would have mattered, we were already out of time. Hey, look, there's the time I would have needed. Haha. This fucking game, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a lot of goodies up there. I suspected there was stuff up there, but I didn't have time to check when we were there before. Not that it matters, because everything keeps respawning. Or at least the flame apparently respawned, because I could have sworn we had that go through already and it left, and it wasn't a problem anymore. Great, great. I'm glad I lost that form entirely to come down here and get gems. Great. See, this is how you discourage your players from exploring, is you just keep giving them things they don't want. And then you just, eventually your players will stop exploring in parts of your game. I knew that was a trap, but I needed to try for it. Because at that point, it didn't matter anymore. What I'll probably do is I'll finish out this attempt. Or at the very least, like, give you more meaningful powers in general would be nice, because the 20 power is kind of meh, and the 50 power is okay, but I feel like for only being able to use that once per set of gems, is you can only carry 99, so you can't actually have enough on hand at any given time to use it twice. It's not really good enough for that cost. Great. So I've got to thread the needle up there, huh? Okay. Need full health again. Get rid of you so I can actually feather this jump a little bit more then. Except I hit my head again. Well, yeah, I guess that gives you health and the ability to attack with the knight at that point. I see the logic there, but it still doesn't make it a good power. It just means it has a use. I really don't know what I would have it do instead. Temporary invincibility would be really cool. So I think that would be a little too good. The positioning on this jump is such ass. Yeah, because even when that is the lightest press I can do. Gonna have to give me a second on that thought, because this little prick is ruining everything. So you're saying just jump all the way up over that? I didn't think I could reach that. That's why I didn't do that. Well, yeah, I know that it's lower now. I meant even before. So apparently I'm just misreading the height, because even this form is almost reaching it. And why do these things respawn? Why? Aside from just piss people off, why do these stupid goddamn hands respawn? Why? So I guess now that my jump is lower... Never mind. I don't know why I bothered. I don't know why I considered the fact that I might actually be able to accomplish something in this game sometimes. The inconsistency with those bounce pads, though, is exactly why that part's such a... What? Hold up. There isn't a hole. Oh, no, there is a hole. Why is there a hole there? And how have I not found it till now? I thought genuinely I'd clipped through it by just flipping and being silly there. Yeah, I think I just genuinely misread the distance up there, because it really seemed like those blocks were higher than they actually are. Not that I'm gonna be able to get back up there, apparently, because God forbid. And I'm gonna get up there and get harassed by the hand again. Because, you know, why have something like that consistently die in one hit? Oh yeah, you can reach that, though there's more drills up there, because God forbid there not be more drills. That is a really tight jump to make, though. Like, I made it, but I almost fell right back off. Inch. There we go. Okay. I see the vision here, and my vision has been blinded. Never mind. Can I get anything else? Yes, thank you. Because that constant moving forward was gonna drive me crazy. Because it made that slope a nightmare to move on. Not that I particularly like this tank that much, because it's so ungainly, but it at least is effective. And I'm impressed that they actually allow you to fit through one block spaces with this thing. I kind of expected it to not work. Okay, why did I want this? The answer is I don't think I did want this, but I have it now. There's probably a spot where I do want it. Speaking of things I didn't want, but I have now. Oh god, this stage is a nightmare. Just shit everywhere. How am I not hitting that block? Why am I not hitting this block? Why is nothing I'm doing hitting this single block? Apparently I'm just not gonna get anything over here because of the tank. And yeah, Alien Hell definitely seems like an accurate statement to make here, for sure. I'm sorry, what? I know exactly what happened there, and I'm angry. I am very angry about it. Because what happened is the tank can squish itself down to one block. By turning into the other form, the game didn't account for that and thought I was crushed into the wall. That's exactly what just happened there. Well, the timer is up. But I'll tell you what, I'll finish this continue, because it probably ain't gonna last that long, and then we'll go find a raid target. I'm gonna go ahead and disappear the timer. And yeah, exactly, the jank. But you know, there's plenty of that out there. I'm not gonna hold that in particular against this, even if it is very frustrating when it happens. Though this is just overkill, what they've done with this place. Like, good god. Yeah, I ain't getting that one, that's for sure. Well, I guess I can go get it now. Not that this thing slopes worth anything. You would think the hoverboard, of all things, would actually be capable of doing slopes. But it clearly isn't. Got lots of gems, yay for me. Oh, I made the tank disappear. But I wouldn't have been able to go over here and get these, so... I don't know if I'm winning or losing on that one. The answer is starting to look like losing. That just for sake of argument, honestly. It is interesting that the blocks stay, though. Credit where credit's due. That at least is interesting. Oh. I do have temporary invincibility, but I used the... But I used the 20 power before, and it just made gems rain from the sky. Huh? The different forms don't have different powers, do they? I genuinely haven't tried them enough to know the answer to that question. Oh. See, I didn't know that for sure, so I just didn't really try it that much because I was so focused on dealing with the everything else that this game was. I think I'm in a pit. Okay, I can get back out of this pit. Okay. Why are both of the two primary forms in this area, by the way, the two that cannot do they cannot go up slopes properly? And this place is littered with slopes. Either way, we're out of this stage. Forced entry. Oh, a tank seems useful. Oh, God. Well. Thanks, game. Thanks for just setting me up for failure immediately there. I love that for me. Not really sure I want the tank, but we're in the tank. Yeah, the tank is really not seeming like something I want for that, but it doesn't matter. That's our game over, and that is the end of today's session. Getting roughly halfway through Kid Chameleon is better than I expected to do today. But we also went longer than I had thought was going to end up happening. Armed with the knowledge that all of those forms do have individual gem powers, might have been able to do more than that. Yeah, you know, that sounds about right. That's why I was trying to find other paths before, was to go around deadly skyscrapers. But I didn't end up finding a way around deadly skyscrapers at all. But with the timer ending, that is the end of the Donathon. In addition to just being the end of today in general. So thank you all so much for making that event last as long as it did. I genuinely am surprised it lasted 5 days. But I hope you all had a great time with it, because I know I did. Despite how I may have sounded during Sonic and occasionally during this, I was having fun. Like, I would have put a stop to it if I was not having fun. Absolutely, and thank you for suggesting this game. You're popping back in just in time for the end in there, Jay, and yeah, all the kids got stuck in the game, and that's what Kid Chameleon was trying to do. He didn't succeed this time. Some other kid, some other chameleon might be able to get the job done someday in the future. Honestly, this timing worked out well, because my throat's also starting to get very tired of my nonsense. I'm just looking through my options here and picking where I'm taking us. As usual, we do have quite a lot of people on, so it can be a little tricky to make that decision. Getting constantly distracted by flies buzzing around my head does not help. There was somebody I was originally intending to raid, but they don't appear to be on right now. So that's unfortunate. Back for Friday, there's a bunch of... I swear a bunch of my usual Friday people are not on today. Weird. I mean, I am a little bit later on a Friday than I usually am, but that's still doesn't explain that many people being. Unless Twitch is lying to me. Shock and horror there that Twitch would be lying to me about my list here. Which, admittedly, I do have too many people followed to be able to see them all at once on the side panel here. I don't really know of a better way to see a large quantity of them at once. Yeah, maybe. Might be a bunch of people who have gone on their breaks early to travel and such. I didn't see anybody mention that, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. I miss a lot of posts, so it wouldn't be a surprise if I missed somebody saying, like, yeah, I'm leaving to go here, there, or anywhere. See where this one's at. Yeah, you know what? That's where we're going. Yeah, exactly. Twitch is also Twitch. But I checked into somebody and heard the perfect statement as soon as I popped my head in. So we're gonna be going to see Pluvy, who is another member of the Dragon Council. Not interacted with Pluvy too much, but I've seen nothing but positive out of them. The handful of interactions we have had. So we'll give that a spin, and they're playing Resident Evil 4. Looks like the remake version. So that should be fun. And to explain why I said I saw the perfect energy immediately is they're struggling to put things in their inventory because there's a bunch of fish in their inventory. And I'm assuming their chat did that to them. So I think we're going to be walking into something fun here. So, thank you all again so much for taking the time to be here. Anybody that donated, anybody that rated, anybody that did anything, once again, thank you so much for helping make this event as good as it was. We'll go ahead and get that timer started. We will be back tomorrow, continuing the 4 games that were requested, so tomorrow will probably be Paper Mario. And we'll see how long I last playing that. That will be a one-off, unless something else happens to make me play the whole game at some point in the future. So bear that in mind. And then Monday we will be playing either Golden Sun or Morrowind / Outer Wilds. I still haven't decided which of the two there. And then whichever one's left will be played on Tuesday, which will be the last stream before Christmas. But be good to Pluvy. These are good people, and I'll see y'all next time. Good night, everybody.